it has its own challenges, as we discussed on the floor of Parliament yesterday. That has become necessary because the budgetary allocation for road construction is woefully inadequate, given the demand for roads across the country. Yet, traditional financing, like loans and grants, have also proven to be unsustainable. So it's really a big deal when we are talking about road construction, because everywhere you go, when you go to church, when you visit our traditional leaders, when you go to your constituents, when you travel across the country, the number one demand of most Ghanaians is road. And yet we don't have the resources for that. This calls for prioritization of certain roads so that you can, the limited resource that you have, you can use it to do as much as you can. I would just want to find out what are some of the important considerations you assist your minister with in deciding which of these roads to be prioritized. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I am guided by the Honorable's direction on the axle load, except that my focus, unfortunately, perhaps because I'm not very well briefed yet, was on the penalties that are usually charged when people dodge these axle loads and the revenue that it accrues for the state. But you are right. I think the focus should be on ensuring that people don't overload the vehicles and put the integrity of the roads at risk by that conduct. To the question of how to raise more funding for road projects that are demanded and requested by people across the country, I think that I agree with your thinking, but currently we do not have any road in this country that has been constructed as a result of public-private partnership. I know that there are some works in relation to how we can do that, being guided by Act 1039, and I'm also hopeful that it will yield some results. But personally, I think that maybe we have to also begin to look at the investment portfolios of some of these, our pension institutions. You know, I think that, for example, when I pick reports from Senate, and I see that they are investing in luxurious hotels, and they are investing in some assets, I wonder if, you know, moving forward, some of these funds cannot be used to support this very critical infrastructure needs of the country, and like we are talking about tolling, and toll it over the years. I mean, for example, if you have an agency supporting the construction of a dual carriageway from Tamale, I mean from Accra to say even Tamale, but let's even stop at Kumasi, and toll, and maybe have like 4 points tolls. I mean, for a number of years, I'm sure that that investment, because you see, pension funds, in my view, are to be invested in long-term instruments, because people will go on pension after a number of years. So I think that that conversation should go on. I will be guided by the agenda of my minister for now, as far as the law allows for us to engage partners that will work with the road ministry to improve the road network in the country.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I think the nominee missed my question. I mean, I laid a foundation to underscore the point that we have limited funds for roads, yet the demands are high. But my point was that there's the need for prioritization in the midst of unlimited funds and high demand for roads. But what are the considerations?
Honorable Asensobochi, before asking your questions, you said, as a deputy minister, you appreciate the fact that he doesn't take policy decisions, but only assists the minister in doing so. So you intend not to ask him a question that will border on policy?
Honorable Chair, I did say that, but I also added that I'm picking his mind, his thoughts, and he's a very intelligent. Maybe out of this, his minister will know where to place him in the ministry. Yeah, so I don't think it's too much for him, but I just want to know, Mr. Chair, it is important because you see we have very limited resources, yet the demands are high, and how best are we going to use these limited resources to, you know,
Honorable
the best interest of the
he
country?
said he would take guidance from his minister as part of his answer. He said he would take guidance from the minister.
No. He said that in relation to raising financing for road projects, but not regarding the considerations for privatization.
Well, before you come in, let me give the floor to the vice chairman. He wants to draw a distinction between PPP and privatization.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable member, you were talking about options as a result of limited, resources, and you mean from the government side, but you were mixing up privatization and PPP. They are not the same thing. You did say that. I just listened to you earlier on.
I never said that. And
so I didn't know exactly.
Wait a minute. Okay.
I didn't know exactly what you were asking the nominee to answer. So that's the.
But Honorable Leader, I never mentioned privatization. I said that yesterday on the floor. Honorable Kojo Oponkroma raised the issue of PPP as an option to leverage on to raise capital for infrastructure. And he even went ahead to discuss the challenge, talk about privatization.
So what then is your question? Your question.
My question I asked, I wanted to find out what are the considerations that will go into privatizing road construction in the country. I've said that many times.
But is that not what he said? He will take guidance from the minister?
Be prioritized. But in all of this, Mr. Chairman, you are right. The minister working to the president will give the guidance and the direction as to how the ministry will prioritize roads that will be constructed within the period. Thank you.
Any further question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, he's up to the task and responded in a way that.
Any further question?
So it's important that we allow him to speak. He's not a baby. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, my last question, just want to find out. I've been at the ministry before, and I know that there are a lot of road projects already in place, yet we are not in the position to pay the contractors to speed up the work. In many areas, contractors are crying for payments, but we just don't have the resources, the money to pay all of them to work at the same time. Will he consider advising the minister to not, as an immediate measure, award new contracts, but to use the limited resources to pay contractors who are working on the existing projects. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I am, first of all, not in a position to advise my minister. I am to support him and make suggestions, and I will do that when I am requested to, or when the need arises. But I watched my minister's vetting. I rewatched it a couple of times, and I noticed the passion with which he spoke about the debts that the ministry currently have to deal with. Over 100 billion Ghana cedis of commitments, and about 20 billion, Ghana cedis arrears that have to be paid. So when we speak of the volumes of construction that is going on, we also have to speak in terms of the debts that it has saddled the ministry and, for that matter, the nation with. But I am very convinced, and I have no doubt in the judgment of my minister, that having been given all the briefing and all the records of the ministry, he will take the decision that is most appropriate and in the best interest of Ghana and the people of Ghana. And I will support him to implement that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I proceed to recognize Abdul Fattah Al-Hassan.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable, once again, congratulations. I am particularly excited about your nomination, and especially the Abuja Suhuyini ticket for the rural sector. I bring you greetings from Ndanyana. Mr. Chairman, one of the flagship projects when it comes to route during the president's first term in office was the Eastern Corridor route. This road is dear to a lot of constituencies and regions, and Yendi being more like the heart of the Eastern Corridor. Mr. Nominee, I want to ask you, being a son of Dagbon, what special assurance can you give Nanyana that the Eastern Corridor route will be given the due attention it deserves?
Honorable members, let's remind ourselves that the appointment committee is not a government assurance committee.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, Honorable Jofa, and let me also take this special opportunity to extend my heartfelt greetings to Ndanyana, who I know monitors a lot of activities that happen in this house, and I won't be surprised if he's doing so now. I pay my respects to him, and I have the assurances of my minister and by extension the government that the Eastern Corridor Road remains a priority road to this government and will be tackled with all the seriousness that it deserves for it to be completed within the shortest possible time. It remains a priority of this government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further question? Honorable Roxanne Nelson Dafamoko, you have the floor.
Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, my brother, the nominee, congratulations.
Thank you very much, my brother.
I have no doubt you succeed in your new role. And I pray that the major roles that were not completed, with your support to the Rules Minister, you'll be able to deliver on them. We are in this together. I have your back. Congratulations. Chairman, thank you very much.
Chairman, thank you. I have no doubt at all. That my chief
members
whip
order.
has my back. Thank you very much, Honorable Roxanne.
Members order.
Another form of bye-bye.
Let me extend the courtesy to former Minister for Defense, Honorable Dominic Nitiwood.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for your gracious opportunity. I told him that I'll come to see how his vetting will go, and I'm happy. I see a lot of the chiefs, very important chiefs, who are here to support you. I'm very happy about that, and happy for you as well. It's important that our people show support, and I'm going to support for you. They will be praying for you. We'll all pray for you. But there are some districts in Ghana today that still cannot boast of what we call even double bitumen surface road, what we normally call third road, to their district. They are using yours. There are districts in Ghana today that you can say that some of the kids have never seen a third road in their lives before. Since God created that portion of the world, they don't know what a third road is. Whilst others since 1960 have known third roads all over. I want to find out from you, as you and your minister. Yes, it's true. I mean, you can't do all the roads at once. You are continuing from what the previous government left off. I want to find out from you whether you would really sit down with your minister, as you say you consult him, to know whether you give those districts some priorities, to also allow people there to see what we call a third road. You know that when we were schooling in those days in Tamale and all other areas, if you move out and then you came onto from the Darcy road to the third road, you have to first get out of the car and wash yourself, clean yourself properly. You remember those days. You clean yourself properly, and so that people don't know exactly where you are coming from, and then you say you are entering Ghana. So I want to find out whether you really allow those districts to also be part of the country called Ghana, with the support of your minister.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I must say that I'm very happy to see you. You promised yesterday that you will come to show solidarity, and I'm grateful that you have come. I think that I've partly, answered this question when I was dealing with the question with regard to prioritization of roads. And so I will go back to the answer that I gave earlier, that I have every confidence in my minister, and I'm sure that based on all the information available to him, he together with the government will prioritize roads that ought to be prioritized. And you are right that it is sad that in this era, in this age, we still have districts that do not have any road that can be described as a tar road, as it is often called in the local parlance. It is indeed sad. And I made the point earlier that even when you look at the road network that we have currently, I understand an audit is ongoing, it's not completed yet, about 134,000, and about 72% of that is untarred, is unpaved. And so we should tell you that we still have a lot of work to do, and that is perhaps the reason why my minister is very passionate about how we even contract these roads and how we make payments. In some cases, interest payments that could have been used to carry out more roads. I mean, I am very confident that together with my minister, we'll do our very best to prioritize some of these areas that you have mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So just the last one.
Very well.
Prior to the elections, you will realize that majority of the demands of Ghanaians were on roads. Demonstrations here on roads, people, and that you are going to get that pressure. not just you and your ministry, you and your minister will get a lot of pressure on people. I want to find out from you, what will you do differently with your minister to ensure that work is ongoing, contractors are not leaving, even if they are not yet paid what they think, or we do things differently, because there are many, many countries that may not even have what we call the bitumen surface in paved roads as we talk. They are normal roads, they use chemicals to work on them, and they last for some time. I want to find out exactly what new things you and your minister are going to bring, especially you, to aid your minister to ensure that people can have just what we call access roads to their homes and their farms and their businesses.
Mr. Chairman, it's quite a tricky question because, you see, even if I share the idea publicly now and it is not implemented, it will look as if I told my minister and he didn't do it. So I'd rather go to my minister after this vetting and then have the conversations with him on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would proceed to give the floor to Honorable Haji Aladi Ayamba.
Thank you, Chairman. You know, it's very interesting. Now, people were here saying he's talking too much, he's talking too much. Dagumba man. 1, a teacher by profession. 2, a radio presenter for that matter. Right from when I met you personally, interacted with you, your activities and what have you. So I know very well. I will not wish to ask you any question because my question with you, you know where it will be discussed. Eh? Do you want me to say it for everybody to hear?
Kanvili.
At 1 a.m. in Kanvili. And the mantra comes, bye-bye.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, if I could acknowledge, with your permission, my sweetheart's comment. She didn't add that. She, after interacting with me, also fell in love.
Please be reminded that saying your sweetheart, you may be offending some people here.
I'm guided, Mr. Chairman, but I will be putting up a house for her in Kamvli, which is part of my constituency, so that we can have that conversation. But Mr. Chairman, she's right. You see, my profession makes it difficult for me to be brief. After broadcasting for 10 years, broadcasting live for over 10 years.
You still have to be brief.
A teacher and a politician, but I am guided. Thank you.
Honorable Patrick Obama, you have the floor.
Chairman, you caught me off guard. Azad.
Honorable Patrick.
That's why.
Nah, bro.
So, you remember the torture you put Honorable Makwanta through? Every Friday, Suhuyini will be on the floor. And let me mention 2 of the communities that were very prominent. Kalpohini, it's in your area. And Kamvini and all those. Yes. So I'm sure now that you are going there, those issues will be resolved immediately.
Inshallah.
Amen. So let's do some business, Alasan. I listed about 10 very important materials in the road construction business. The bitumen, concrete, gravel, crash stones, sand, recycled materials, steel and iron. We've become accustomed to these materials, and the cost of road construction, I believe, can be brought down if we look at modern and eco-friendly materials in the construction of roads. Are you going to consider in your position as a senior assistant to the minister, to look into some of these very friendly materials to reduce the cost of road construction? And if so, which of them have you identified or thought about? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, in line with being asked to be brief, let me just say that we'll be guided by the engineers at the ministry and those who know these materials better. Thank you.
Very much. Any further question?
So does it mean you haven't thought about any yet?
You said you'll be guided by the engineers.
Oh, chairman. Suhuyini is very, very competent. We know him. We've worked with him. Last parliament was with us around this table. So just let him display to the chiefs from Dagbon.
Well, you don't want to take his answer that he'll be guided.
Azan.
Well, Mr. Chairman, to be guided means you should have some basic knowledge. And so, yes, the important thing is that we have thought about some of these things. I have thought about some of the alternative ways by which we can make our road constructions cheaper. But it will be based on the expert advice. And based on the knowledge you have, you'll be guided by the experts' advice.
I want you to just mention one material that you've thought about. That's all. That's all my question is about.
Honorable nominee, please,
Suhuyini,
you've answered the question.
You were in Scotland for COP27 and all those things. I know where you've been to. Anyway, chairman is babysitting you, so let's make progress. Alassane, let's look at the Road Fund Act. I don't know if you have a copy with you. Especially sections as amended. Okay. 537 as amended. And the long title, as you look for it, I'll read to you. An act to establish a fund to be known as the Road Fund to finance routine and periodic maintenance. Alaji, you can listen, it's very straightforward. Don't worry yourself. And rehabilitation of public roads. And if you look at section 2, the objects of the fund, 1, is to finance routine periodic maintenance and rehabilitation of public roads in the country. And the fund shall also be used to assist metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies in the exercise of such functions, blah, blah, blah. In time past, funds dedicated to this fund called the Road Fund, I believe, the municipal assemblies, the MMDCs, they haven't seen the use of those funds. Decisions are taken in Accra, they sit in their districts, a contractor will come and be patching roads and doing routine maintenance work. I believe with how strong and passionate you are, you look and redirect the use of the road fund in accordance with the objects as stated under this law.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think your observation is correct. It has been the case over the years, and I find it quite unfortunate because if you look at even the history of the Department of Urban Roads, it used to be under the local government ministry, and one would have thought that their collaboration would have been tighter because of this history. But unfortunately, you find out that these district urban road offices, you know, when maybe funds are made available, sometimes even they themselves are not informed about it. They also see contractors from elsewhere come and start doing road patching, like you have said. But I am very confident that my minister will have the right briefing and will give the correct directions for all of us to support for the implementation of same. Thank you.
I don't have a follow-up on that question, but let me go straight to the last question. Alaji, you know, there are a lot of real estate companies in this country. They acquire huge tracts of land. Before you realize, they are coming up with real estate, big properties, charging and selling properties at prices made, some are even quoted in dollars. They won't fix the roads around the community, but they will say, oh, let the Ministry of Road come and fix it because we pay taxes. what will be your strategy in assisting the minister to devise a very good model to bring into your activity real estate owners in the construction of roads in new developments or areas or suburbs? Especially when you go to Tamale, new developments are springing up. People will go and build, then they start blaming government that, why are you not extending roads to my area? Knowing well that that is not within the immediate plans of the government or the area. But Alhaji, let me congratulate you. You've been one of us. Today you are there, and we'll be filing more questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I must say that, once again, your observation is correct. I have personally also taken note of that, especially when you go to some of these estates companies and they take you to, properties that are priced in dollars in some cases, very huge properties, and they are acquired. And people who acquire them live there. But like you indicated correctly, roads to those properties, remain undone. And that is why there's a need for us to broaden the conversation around how to work together to fund road construction in this country. And if you took notice of the reference to public roads, in the use as it was used in the Act, perhaps there's an indication, or there's an indication that we can have private roads. And if that conversation that we are talking about is had, especially with all stakeholders involved, we will be able to do more roads than we are currently doing, only depending on GOG funding. And that is why I am quite confident that this new regime will explore other ways of making road construction cheaper and owned by more stakeholders participating and contributing for us to reduce the deficit of roads that we have in the country. One of the other problems, and I'm ending with that, is the land tenure system that we have in this country. I mean, it makes it very difficult for, us to have service lands, as is the case in some other countries, where maybe government owns the tract of lands and can even service the area by providing roads, providing electricity, providing water before the lands are even sold out. But our case is that people put up these infrastructure developments, and then utilities now have to chase, those developments. So it's a broader conversation that we should all have as a nation and decide how to tackle it. I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Akurugu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations, Alassane. I have no doubt you are going to be a good assistant to the minister. Mine is just one. Our attitude towards maintenance is worrying. What are you going to bring on board after we have a good road constructed, and then a few years to come you see potholes? What are the measures you are adopting to bring on board? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's an for me, it's an issue of discipline, as a people, because the road ministry has a unit that is responsible for routine maintenance, and I'm sure funds are allocated every now and then, and that is why I am excited that my minister is one disciplinarian. I mean, his 6 o'clock is his 6 o'clock. In the last parliament, we all used to tease him with how sometimes he will be the only person sitting in the chamber even waiting for Speaker at 10, because Speaker, adjourned the House to 10. And discipline starts with one's ability to be punctual. And I am very confident that he will lead us in ensuring that we direct this routine maintenance works that are supposed to be carried out already by the ministry to addressing this issue that you have correctly identified. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I'm done. So congratulations.
Very well.
Let me borrow Ajala this word. Bye-bye you.
Thank you.
Alaji Oman.
Thank you, Chairman. Maria Tezoso.
TV, I realized that there's no residential address. Please, can you provide us any residential address where you stay, both in Accra and in Tamale?
Mr. Chairman, for the records, he's my younger brother and he knows our house. He can put the address there.
Chairman, it's not for my, it's for the committee. There's a follow-up question.
On a more serious note, Mr. Chairman, I think that's an omission. I live at Hydrofoam Estates and Volta Estates, very close to each other, on the Spintex Road. And I'll provide the address if you permit me after this. Thank you.
Just tell them you are my neighbor.
Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you for that. I didn't know if I was permitted to disclose the location of your house, but the truth is that we live on the same road. In fact, it's a walking distance. Thank you. I'll provide that.
Chairman, I want to find out from the nominee. Are you disappointed that you are not made a substantive minister?
Honorable nominee, don't answer that question. Honorable Habib, your question is overruled. Ask another question.
Okay, Chairman, I'm guided. Chairman have disallowed my question. I'll move on. Somewhere last, your time in Parliament, at a certain point, you were kicked out from Parliament. Can you recount what happened and why you were kicked out of Parliament?
Mr. Chairman, even though you have overruled the question, I must say that I am surprised, not disappointed, that I am even considered among the 60 few to serve this country. It's a privilege, and I thank His Excellency the President and my party.
Honorable nominee, once the question has been disallowed, you don't provide an answer.
Mr. Chairman, I'm grateful that I'm grateful, but I just thought that I should put that on record for mischief purposes. I know my younger brother, and I know what he can do, and it can go against certain factors. So I just thought that I should put that right, even though you overruled it, because I know the mischief he can do with that question. Thank you very much, and I apologize. But, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I am a very respectful, very obedient, but also very firm in my beliefs. And I wasn't kicked out of Parliament. I was asked to go out of the chamber, not kicked out of Parliament.
Thank you very much. You provided
not
your
the same.
answer.
I was asked to go out.
You've never been kicked out.
Never. Thank you.
Please proceed to ask another question.
Chairman, still on that, can you recount why you were asked to leave the chamber?
Still on what?
Follow up on that question. He said he was not kicked out, but he was asked to leave the chamber. And I'm asking, why was he directed to leave the chamber?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think it was a day that the Right Honorable Speaker, as he then, the Deputy Speaker as he then was, Honorable Jose Usu was in the chair, and there was some disturbance, like it usually happens sometimes during parliamentary proceedings. And perhaps he thought my voice was louder than everyone else. And maybe it is a gift of God. Sometimes when I was on radio, I met people who were surprised to notice how small and young I looked, even though my voice was that thunderous on air. So I get, unfortunately, caught up, you know, by unfair assessment and judgment sometimes, perhaps because of my voice. But it has also given me a lot of opportunities, so I'm not complaining at all. So I think on the day my voice was louder, perhaps, than my colleagues. And he was not happy with how loud my voice was, and he asked me to leave the chamber. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, have you regret this action that led to you being asked to leave the chamber?
Which action? The voice being loud?
Chairman, you are the first Deputy Speaker of the 9th Parliament. And then if a member is asked to leave the chamber, it has to be to certain decision that the Speaker have to arrive at. So I just wanted to find out from the nominee whether he regretted those actions that led to him.
Well, I would, Honorable Habib, I would advise you to veer off that particular line of questioning in order not to open the door for the nominee to be attacking the integrity of the former First Deputy Speaker.
Okay, Chairman, I'm guided. In your CV, you mentioned the language spoken and written. I don't know whether it is in any particular order. You said English, Dagbani, and Twi. Is it in any particular order? And if so, why would English come before Dagbani?
No, it's not in any particular order. Thank you.
You said you are a proud Dagomba, and then you are from Tamale. You are the MP for Tamale North. Why is it that this all-important day for you, you haven't dressed to depict the Dagomba man in you and our culture? Why did you choose to dress this way?
Honourable Member, the question is overruled. Ask another question.
Chairman, then, Mr. Nominee, when Chairman overruled my questions, because you are my nephew, I don't want to litigate. I will obey. Rules, because you are from the northern region. From Bisco in Tamale, all the way to the Boya, the bridge. That is from Sanargo Tamale South through to Tolong constituency to the Boya Mankarugu. Would you consider on that stretch, if you are given the nod, as it will help as it connects 4 vital constituencies along the stretch?
First of all, Mr. Chairman, I don't have the capacity to make that consideration. So when I get to the ministry, I'll be advised accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Do you think buying government land is criminal?
But he is a minister designate for roads. Purchase of government land, do you come closer to it? However, then ask of his view. Yes. Ask of his view. It's not his thinking, it's what the law says.
Mr. Chairman, am I allowed to answer the question?
Please do, but be brief.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think that the disposal of government assets are guided by law and fair price. And I will stick to that. I think if it is lawful and it is fairly priced, as the law stipulates, what I think doesn't matter. Because you asked if it is criminal. What I think doesn't matter. It's a law. Thank you.
Chairman, because he's my nephew, I don't want to go deeper. Chairman, but my other question is that, Mr. Nominee, have you ever been denied a visa at the Netherlands Embassy?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I like the fact that he keeps, emphasizing the mistaken point that I am his nephew. But if an uncle can treat you like this, then you don't need a relation at all. But the truth, however, remains that he's my younger brother. But Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, it was reported in the news, and subsequently the embassy apologized for that mistake, which according to them may have happened as a result of the handling of the documents through the protocol officer. But I don't think that we should be, nobody is entitled to the visa of another country. And so I'm not entitled to a visa of any country in the world by the mere fact that I'm a member of parliament. And so if even it wasn't a mistake, I wouldn't have considered it an issue at all. I'm a very proud Ghanaian, and throughout my life, the only time I even acquired a Ghanaian passport was when I had the opportunity to travel abroad. I never dreamt of leaving this country for any reason whatsoever. I've always been proud to stay here and contribute my best to the progress of the country. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think I have produced a very good, wonderful next view. Perception. This is perception. Many are of the view that you are rude, you are arrogant. How will you describe yourself?
Well, so many other people also, in reviews that I have seen, suggest that I am very humble. And in fact, many people have told me my humility will take me far. And I am minded to listen to that more than any other negative one. But, I mean, we are all not perfect. One thing you may know about me is that I am, like I indicated earlier, I'm not a pushover. I respect authority, I respect age, I respect institutions, I respect everybody. I respect the old, the young, the rich, the poor. I respect people generally. But I don't allow anybody to take advantage of me. I wasn't raised like that. My grandfather seated behind me would be ashamed if I allow people to take advantage of me. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I can see one of the paramount chiefs in my constituency, Yab Kasulilana, seated behind you. As a member of parliament last 8th parliament.
There's in Yab Nyang Palam too, or you haven't seen him?
No, I'm asking this question specifically to Kasulijili, to the effect that I was able to reach out to the minister responsible for roads, that the road from Katangdani to Kasulijili and from Kasulijili all the way to Wanto has been awarded and contractors are on the road. But Kasulijili Township roads is in a very bad state. Would you consider pleading with or liaison? He's a very prominent person in your party, Kasulijili Township roads for him.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. It's a vague question. I don't know the scope. I don't know the capacity of the ministry yet. I do not also know the priority of the ministry yet. But by the grace of God and by your magnanimity, when I'm approved, I'm sure all of that will be requested, and with the assistance of my minister, we'll see what we can do about that. Thank you.
Chairman, I'm concluding now, even though I have spoken about Kasuli. You mentioned in Yabinyangpalana and his catchment area, he doesn't actually have roads problem because as an MP, I was able to do Changna Yile through Golanga to Dato Yile, and from Nyangpala to Tengwale, it has been all up to Bitumen surfacing. All major roads in Tolo, from Tali, close through to Lungbunga has all been awarded, and the Tolong Township roads. So let me use this opportunity to congratulate you and to tell you that I am very proud of you. I know that you will go places, but only to advise you that when you go to the ministry, as much as I have been able to raise you, humble yourself and know you are a deputy minister, you are not the minister. Respect your minister, give him all the necessary support, and with what I know about you, you will succeed and you will go places. I congratulate you, and I have no single doubt on your competency. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, except that I know that Honorable Habib grew up with my younger brother, and I'm sure that he's very upset sitting there listening to him say he's raising me and he's advising me. He grew up with my younger brother in the same house, and I watched them grow as my younger brothers. And I'm sure my younger brother will be very upset watching him say that he's raising me and he's advising me. But his, pieces of advice are useful. It doesn't matter how old he is. I take that, in good strides. But I just want to point out to him, when he talked about the roads in Nyangpala, that I was appalled when I drove into Nyangpal Lane's palace. And to have him say he has done all the roads in Nyangpala, I'm surprised, because the road leading to Nyangpal Lane's palace is a shame. And maybe he should have considered that. But we will be prioritizing other other MPs' roads, since he says he has done his already. But for the revered chiefs, we would have prioritized other MPs' roles, since he says that he took advantage to do his already. But I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Honorable Jerry Shaib, you asked 2 questions. Not more than 2 questions.
Chairman, that's changed. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Al-Hassan Saibu Suhuyini, congratulations to you.
Thank you, Honorable Jerry.
Just as part of my observation, I've seen that you were once awarded Northern Excellence Awards, Most Promising MP 2019. That's correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Good to know. Mr. Chair, so my first question. Over the period, I've seen that most medians, when you are driving, are overgrown with weeds. I've also seen that a lot of billboards or signposts are also not properly or appropriately erected at the right places. I've also seen that there are a lot of potholes. In fact, if you take, say, from Carnation to Makati, beyond Makati to, say, Kaswa, you would have a list of potholes. In fact, now they've grown to become manholes. And then when you're also driving in the night, you would largely see that most of the streets, the major streets, have no street lights working. I know the normal preamble is that you are going to assist your Honorable Minister, but I'm also very, very sure about your capacity. I know. Honorable Minister, the man is on the road. So I just want you to tell me, knowing your capacity, and in fact, you are one of the persons I look up to, I want you to tell me how you intend to assist your minister in resolving this major but to a larger extent, basic problems as well.
Honorable Jerry, I am humbled. Thank you very much. I have also made the same observations, and I'm sure many of us around this table are concerned about how billboards are erected, sometimes even blocking vision on some of our roads, which is a threat to possible accidents on the road. How the potholes in some cases, like we have correctly described, are manholes, and they have created accidents. In some cases, some of the traffic situations that you even see in town are caused by these potholes because they slow vehicles down and create vehicular traffic. So these are genuine problems that we are faced with. On the issue of lighting, I am aware that the ministry already is talking with the Energy Ministry and the Ministry of Transport to see how they can work together to improve that, especially because the government is considering the roll out of the 24-hour economy. So it is something that they are already working on, and I'm quite confident that when they roll it out, the issue of dark roads in Accra at night will become better. But we need to focus more on routine maintenance when it comes to the potholes, and also prioritizing where those routine maintenance go to. Well, as for the billboards, I think it's an issue of local government authorities. The assemblies permit those things, and they also have the power to remove those things. And I'm sure maybe working together as stakeholders that are all interested in improving safety on the roads and giving drivers quality experience when they use our roads, we can work together to do better than the situation currently, than what we have currently. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, it's just a follow-up. So I think we left out the issue of the weeds and whether or not, because I know that you may come in to say that maybe the MMDAs or MMDCs are, but when you ask them, they will tell you that the Ministry of Roads give out that as some sort of contract. And so they are always waiting for the ministry to do so, and that if the ministry does not do that, they also do not take any steps. So I just want to know, and if you can give us any assurances.
You are right. I didn't highlight that, but it is true. I mean, during the briefing that I went through, I noticed that the ministry, through the urban roads and feeder roads, I think it's feeder roads more, give out these contracts for clearing of those weeds. And apart from the briefing, I'll tell you that in 2016, I have the experience of, helping, my community when I was campaigning in 2016, helping the youth, because the urban roads, through the municipal assembly at the time, awarded these contracts to clear, roads that were overgrown, by these weeds. And I haven't experienced that for 8 years. I've not seen youth in the constituency, being given this opportunity to weed around these roads for the token that the ministry used to pay to these youth groups. And perhaps that is the reason why the situation has gotten out of hand. And we may have to look at how to push for these contracts again to be awarded for those weeds to be cleared. Yes, I agree with you. The ministry has that responsibility, and I experienced it in 2016. But for 8 years in my constituency, I didn't see anybody doing it. Thank you for bringing my attention to it, Honorable Jerry. I'm grateful.
Mr. Chair, my second question. So, functionality of traffic lights. There are some traffic lights which have not worked for decades. And these are major areas is that we always have vehicles knocking down people, and there are always fatalities. I have a place in my constituency called the Broadcasting Junction. The traffic light has not been functional close to 11 years. There have been several knockdown of pupils. When I asked, I was told that they've made several reports and there have been several follow-ups, but there's still no traffic light. What I've also seen is that those traffic lights which are standing have always been a problem, or have largely been problems. And I'm sure you've traveled wide. Would it be a suggestion you want to give to your Honorable Minister, since you are going to be assisting, that we may have to start hanging traffic lights at the very top, and also be checking on vehicles that are traveling from far and near, that are normally overloaded with, to the extent that they pull some of this, whatever, road signs down and the traffic lights down? Is this something you may want to consider, please?
Yeah, when I wasn't even the deputy minister yet, where vehicles knock down these traffic lights and then they want to run away, they don't take responsibility of fixing it. But I think that working with my minister, will be advised by the engineers at the ministry based on the best approach to fixing our street lights and to getting maximum benefits from it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I wish you well.
Have the floor.
Chairman, let me thank you so very much for the opportunity. It was awesome.
The Chairman, he's supposed to be my senior brother. In fact, he's not supposed to. He's my senior brother. But in the last parliament, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the president, came to the caucus and referred to him as the youngest in the caucus. And he has been trying to claim it, but he remains my senior brother. Fire.
Thank you. Now you go. Now check out to the Hadi the Ramfani.
Inshallah, me.
Let me take you back to, while appreciating the fact that you are an assistant pursuant to Article 79(1) of the Constitution, I just need to draw you back on a few things. There are 4 major bridges currently ongoing in the north: Daboya, Dalong, Yape, and Bupe. These are very critical bridges. I know your minister alluded to that the last time. Funding is purely government of Ghana. Would you want to remind your minister, I know he's very passionate about this, that continuation of these 4 major bridges is quite critical to Northern Ghana. Just tell me how you would assist your minister to get this done.
I think you have given me an indication as to how to do it. I'll constantly remind him. Thank you.
Any further question?
Yes. Your minister is a very diligent and result-oriented person. You have alluded to that, so you should be mindful. Bitumen import takes a chunk of the roads budget. I hope you are aware. Have you become aware recently that GOIL made an investment of about $25 million in a bitumen plant some few years ago? Have you become aware of that?
Yes. Mr. Chairman, doing my reading whilst preparing for this vetting, and it is even owned by an Ivorian company, I'm told, with GOIL having some shares. I don't know the exact quantum of shares. And I thought that, it was quite unfortunate, in my view, considering the need that we have of bitumen. And there is also Sky Construction also, that also imports some. That is one of the lead importers. But I think that it is an opportunity. Some shares in one company that is owned by an Ivorian that is Ivorian, I must say, that is currently producing bitumen, and is the only plant in Ghana. Thank you.
Would you follow up on that? Would you assist and encourage your sector minister for local participation in that bit of the industry?
Absolutely. That is why I said that I think it's an opportunity for businessmen who want to get involved in setting up such plants, given the need that we have in this country. Thank you.
Let me wish you very well in your new role. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
I'm most grateful, Sibro.
Thank you. It's now the turn of Honorable Kwaku, George Kwaku Riketegan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I have no doubt that with your minister, you will do a good job. And the job will be challenging because of the situation that this country has been in for the last 8 years. We don't have money. Roads are capital intensive business. Your minister has a lot of roads to build, and there's not going to be much money in doing so. The Honorable Finance Minister will try and bring in money, but CAPEX will still be very small. The reason being that we wouldn't have much fiscal space to do a lot of things, and our deficit is still high. We are not talking about current deficit, but the deficit that has spread into the debt is still very high and needs to be repaid. Your minister will have to do something extraordinarily different from how that ministry, basically how it's been managed in the past. And that is to get into the role of trying to bring in money, which will not be a subject to only the finance minister in building roads. But of course, you will need a finance ministry's permission to do so. PPP, which has been mentioned, and you have talked about, you and your minister, having to find different ways and means of building our roads without relying on GOG, which will simply not be there. So I don't want to make too much. It's not actually a question, but a request for the kind of support you will have to be giving to your minister for us to be able to look at the PPP area more seriously in making sure that we can fashion some road projects using the PPP concept, because all the other options from where I sit is going to be extraordinarily difficult. And I want you to give me the assurance that you will give your minister the support in that area to be able to raise enough funds to fund these road projects that need to be built. So it's not really a question. You can take it as an advice. You can take it as basically redirecting you to, obviously, where your minister will be directing you to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no doubt when it comes to how fine your brain is, especially on finance. And as a senior brother and a senior colleague in this house, I stand in readiness to play any role in support of my minister. And when assigned this role that you are suggesting, be rest assured, Honorable Ricketts Hagan, that I'll be knocking on your door to tap into your fine financial brains to see how we can raise those funds in support of the ministry. So I stand in readiness anytime, any day, any hour to support my minister in whatever role that he wants me to so do. Thank you.
Honorable, congratulations, and God bless you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to Honorable Patricia Apiaje.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and I'll take this opportunity to congratulate my brother over there for making us proud by being given this opportunity for the limited number of people who have so far been appointed. But, Honorable, going by your CV, you know, I get concerned when I see a Muslim, and since this house is a house of record, when you are asked about your marital status, the only thing I see is married with children. For record purposes in this house, if you have one, indicate one. If you have two, it is acceptable, indicate two. Because, you know, our sisters get proud when you also showcase them out there. So how many of such wives do you have? Thank you. How many wives do you have? I'm sorry. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, if I have your permission, I will address Honorable as Antipat. It's a fair observation, Antipat, but the records will have it that I'm married to one beautiful Hamdi Amadou Yakubu-Voski, seated right behind me, and together we have 3 children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Once you are showcasing, yes. Thank you very much. Honorable, you know, with the passage of the affirmative action bill into law, I'm concerned about one thing. Your minister is seated right by you. That the road construction sector is male-dominated, with very few women in engineering, construction, and leadership role. Is there a way, I'm teasing this idea out of you, a way of ensuring that your sector will promote gender diversity?
For that observation, which is true, they will need to be encouraged, even though we have training institutions in the country that enroll people who have interests in these fields. And perhaps we may have to design an enticing program, you know, and be very deliberate about getting females to be trained into these fields. I do know that the road ministry has a technical training college, I think, in Koforidua. And, you know, in discussions with my minister, perhaps we will have to get that institution to look at its curriculum and, design programs that will be more female sensitive and also, enticing for them to get involved. But you can be rest assured. I'm a father of 2 daughters, and I'm very concerned about their future. And these are things that I love to support, just so that we can create more opportunities for our children in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister nominee. I think what I expect from you is what you are telling me. There should be a deliberate effort to do that. And do I get that assurance from you that you're going to pursue that? Thank you.
Absolutely, you do, Antipat. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And my second question, it's about the enforcement of traffic regulation. We have various laws that we were trying to put across. And I believe if you can enforce that, there's the need to form a very close collaboration with the police service. And looking at the current wave, global wave, technology plays a very critical role in whatever we do. Would you recommend a form of technology that would not even require the presence of police to ensure that traffic regulations are enforced? Thank you.
Well, yes, it's a conversation together with my minister, I'm sure we'll have with the Road Safety Authority and the MTTD. I do know that in the last parliament, they brought a bill to this house, and one of the considerations was how to introduce technology that will improve road safety in general. Unfortunately, as it is usually the case, the sensational part of that bill was whether members of parliament should be allowed to use a siren or not. The essential part that was more about introducing technology in how we regulate traffic in the cities got lost in the conversation. But it is something that I am very sure that my minister will be passionate about, and together we will have conversations with these 2 institutions to see how we can explore the technology that is available to serve that purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable. There's also another aspect where I believe that we need to also introduce technology. Because I know that there's a plan to reintroduce the use of tolls, or the reintroduction of toll booths in scheme of things. One of the challenges why the tolls were abolished was the fact that it was creating so much traffic. Traffic that was something that people could not understand, especially on the Tema motorway. If you anticipate reintroducing this toll booth, would you recommend to your minister the introduction of a technology that will ensure facilitation of the movement of traffic? Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm sure it was an oversight. The intention of this government is not toll booths, but to reintroduce road tolls. Road tolls. They are different from toll booths. And the minister only this week, last week, already indicated. The ministry issued a statement stating clearly government's intention to procure the services of any company that was able to demonstrate ability to help the ministry roll out a technology-driven road toll collection, in this country. And so I think the minister is already on course, and I stand in readiness to support that course. Thank you.
Currently, the road deficit in Ghana is still very high, especially in the rural areas. And most of the rural roads are in a very deplorable position. If given the nod, how are you going to assist your minister to ensure that for the flow of agricultural products, you always ensure that...
Represent rural are very well aware of the critical need for the unpaved roads to be regularly shaped for use of especially our farmers. And I'm quite confident that he will need no reminder at all to prioritize that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. But I was expecting one answer. Because in Ghana, we have paid so much money to bring in drip machines, where every district has a machine to ensure that the roads are motorable. If you don't have that one in mind, I believe that that will be a very, what will I say? It will be an unfortunate issue of not deploying those machines to ensure that the roads are motorable. And if you don't have that eye, then that will mean that our pending budget will not take care of how to resource those or provide the necessary fuel for those machines to work. So that is my expectation. If you have any other plans apart from that one, could you please let this committee know about that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't speaking of plans, I was speaking of prioritization. And I made the point that because we both come from rural constituencies, we will need no reminder to prioritize the need to reshape these roads and to make them motorable for especially our farmers and our community members in that area. But in terms of the use of the drip machines, I do know that this government intends to put them to very good use. I know that there are plans to even integrate them into the routine maintenance works of the Ministry of Roads, working in tandem with the district assemblies. So this government will not let those machines go to waste at all. There are, engagements that I am aware of that have led to, the appointment of very hard-working people to ensure that these machines are put to good use and to serve the people of Ghana. After all, they are paying for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nominee. I have no doubt at all of your capability. Those who believe that you are a champion of accountability and ensuring that jobs are well delivered. And in view of that one, I'll take this opportunity to once again congratulate you for your appointment as the Deputy Minister for Road, to go and support my brother over there, Honorable Agboja. Thank you.
Thank you, Antipat. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable
Minister Designate for Roads and Highways, it is now my turn to ask you questions. However, I have promised the revered chiefs behind you, and they've also given me a promise. As a result, I have no question for you. I have no doubt about your integrity to assist my brother deliver at the Ministry of Roads and Highways. I will then proceed. I will then proceed to introduce your revered guests. Number one on the list is Mrs. Hamdia Amadu Yakubu Vasti, wife of the Honorable Alasan Suhuyini. Kasulana Yakubu Bukari, Paramount Chief of Kasuruyeli Traditional Area. Na Bawa Mohammed Nantom Paramounsi. Na Ziblim Abdullahi, Paramount Chief of Lamashegu Tamale. Na Yakubu Abdullahi, Sanerugu Paramount Chief. Na Mohammed Ibrahim, Paramount Chief of Nyankpala, representing the Yana. Na Alasan Mohammed, Paramount Chief of Chogu Traditional Area. Na Professor Abdul Rahman Isaatu, Banyamlina. Banyamlina, okay. Alhaji Abdullahi, Chairman, former Mayor of Tamale. Sheikh Tanko Ambaria Islamic Institution. Sheikh Lukman Bama Bamba Institute. Na Abdullah Isa Madina Dambi na Dagbambi na. Okay, you are most welcome. His name is inside. Honorable Minister Designate, you will hear from the committee and you are discharged.
Mr. Chairman, permit me to thank the committee and to thank my minister and all other members of parliament who have come to support me and show the love and solidarity. I also wish to thank the esteemed chiefs and imams and the opinion leaders for their support and solidarity. Mr. Chairman, but on a lighter note, you noticed when you said you had agreement with your brother, Antpat was asking you to disclose. So in the spirit of accountability, permit me to announce that my revered chiefs brought you a smoke for me to present on your behalf. And the smoke and same will be provided for all members of this committee, so that perhaps during your next sitting, you all be in the traditional Dagbong smokes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. It's much appreciated. I'm most grateful. Most grateful. The next nominee.
Very cool.
centralized taxes, abolishing, among others, the obnoxious e-levy.
I have the singular honor as the returning officer of the 2024 presidential election to declare His Excellency John Dramani Mahama as the winner of the 2024 presidential election and the President-elect of the Republic of Ghana.
My brothers and sisters, it is with tremendous humility
and have dialogue as to how the current IMF program, exigencies of the time,
The much anticipated 2024 Ghana general election is here with 13 approved and verified presidential aspirants with 801 parliamentary candidates contesting in 276 constituencies across the country. The competition is believed to be a tough battle between the flag bearer of the National Democratic Congress and that of the New Patriotic Party. With that, let's take a thorough breakdown of key political activities of each presidential candidate. To begin with, the National Democratic Congress has been quite active in the 2024 Ghanaian general elections. Their presidential candidate, John Dramani Mahama, has made the economy a central issue in his campaign, blaming the current economic crisis on the incompetent management of the economy by the Akufo-Addo administration, citing how the cedi to $1 skyrocketed from 4 Ghana cedis as at 2016 to 17 Ghana cedis in 2024. Mahama's campaign has also focused on corruption, citing high-profile corruption scandals, an accusation of state capture and nepotism within the Akufo-Addo government. The NDC has promised to continue and improve the free senior high school program, which was introduced by the New Patriotic Party to address the issue of illegal artisanal gold mining known as galamsey. The NDC's campaign strategy includes maximizing their vote harvest in their traditional Akan strongholds, whilst trying to outperform the MPP in the North and Coastal Akan communities. They are also counting on dissatisfaction with the state of the economy to give them an electoral advantage among urban voters, particularly the youth. John Dramani Mahama has also toured all 16 regions across the country, preaching and teaching about his 24-hour economy to transform the current economy of Ghana. In the just ended campaign rally, he promised to scrap e-levy, fight corruption, and restore integrity. On the other hand, New Patriotic Party has been quite active in the 2024 Ghanaian general elections. Their presidential candidate, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has been campaigning on a platform of economic growth, job creation, and digitalization. Bawumia's campaign has focused on the MPP's achievement in office, including the implementation of the free senior high school policy, which has been widely popular, Agenda 111, One District, One Factory, among others. Bawumia has also touted his party's infrastructure development projects, including road construction and the building of new healthcare facilities. In addition, Bawumia has promised to introduce new economic policies, including the cancellation of e-levy and certain unpopular taxes introduced by the Akufo-Addo government. He has also positioned himself as the candidate for the future, promoting digitalization initiatives and policies as a way to jumpstart the economy. The MPP's campaign strategy has also involved targeting the opposition National Democratic Congress on its economic record, blaming the NDC for the country's economic votes. The MPP has also sought to deflect attention from the economy by highlighting its achievements in other areas such as education, healthcare, and road infrastructure. Overall, the New Patriotic Party's political activity in the 2024 has been focused on promoting its achievements whilst criticizing the opposition and presenting a vision for Ghana's future under Bawumia's leadership of
I am very happy to see that he's really working hard to include women in his appointments. The initial ones came and it was good, 28%. Then there was a whole list that had just one woman. It sort of dampened our spirit a bit. But then we saw that a number of CEOs were being appointed as women, his presidential staffers, the vice president's appointments, of her staffers and so on. And it's quite impressive. Okay, but we don't want it to remain just about appointments, though there are many more to go. We know that. We also want it to be about working on issues that enhance equality between women and men, actually the de facto and de jure.
42 ministers, including regional ministers, have so far been nominated.
As the ministers by Parliament and as they are sworn in, I'll proceed to name deputy ministers for some of the ministries, which will bring the total ministers to 6.
of what he says from campaign till now, that what he's going, the number of ministers he's going to have maintain, and then how he's going to run the country. You can see the setup that is on course.
I believe his appointment is one way to show that he's really serious about the country, because I believe he's giving the youth a chance. Because when you watch the appointment, you can realize, oh, okay, the names, the age range is futuristic. So I believe it's positive.
So far, in terms of their age, perfect. The only thing that I hope that the age will go with competence. You see, it is not always the case that the mere fact that the person is young will be able to perform. We have very young ones who don't know their left from right, just like adults or elderly people who do not know their left from right. So being young is one thing, and being or having the ability to perform is another thing. It's a good thing. Elsewhere, young ones are made to learn at tender age from people who are occupying positions. It does not seem to be the case here. We need to learn, and I believe that those that have been given the opportunity must take a cue to encourage future appointees.
I mean, the appointees are also quite young, which is a good thing, but they're not really young and not informed, because most of them are persons who had worked in the previous administration, and so they have some knowledge that they bring to the table or to their positions. To the extent that they are mostly young, it's also very revealing. I mean, look at the Asante Regional Minister. He is 34 years. The guy has used a lot of wisdom and he speaks well. I think people like that, if they are practical enough, just as they are knowledgeable, we would go far.
President Obama was fully aware of the task ahead. You could see, of course, that having taken power, you see more than you could see when you were in opposition. But he's been very, very clear that you don't need a legion of ministers to get the job done. And when he inaugurated the third batch of ministers, he made it clear that there's no correlation between a large government and delivery, because we saw it in the previous administration. At some point, we had 125 ministers, and yet that was a period where some of the biggest problems this country has ever faced in all sectors occurred.
The agenda to reset Ghana is on course. Committees in charge of reviewing the constitution, education, assessing the state of the economy, investigating election-related killings, and the implementation of other flagship programs have begun work.
For me, I think the consultative approach is very important. You need to engage, you need to listen, and then try and go through the information, try to process the information you receive, and then consult your internal management and see how you further engage. So for me, it's a positive step. I remember the case of Senchi, for instance. I was in the helm of Senchi with Dr. Joabe and all the key people, the governors of the Central Bank, Ministry of Finance, Honorable Tepe, and the Vice President of what he championed, may so rest in peace. So I think this is, for me, a step in the right direction.
I think it's very smart, okay? A ruler, a governor who is consultative is likely to pick off the best heads. So I really like the consultative approach that he's bringing to governance issues around the economy, education, the Constitutional Review Committee, and so on and so forth. And so that approach to me is a very good one. The only thing you need to make sure is that these committees do not turn into conumtees.
This government will not tolerate arrogance or disrespect for the people who elected us into office.
The 120-day social contract remains a huge task. President Mahama needs the buy-in of Ghanaians. That will depend on the guarantees from his actions.
Management of the economy by the Akufo-Addo administration, citing how the cedi to $1 skyrocketed from 4 Ghana cedis as at 2016 to 17 Ghana cedis in 2024. Mahama's campaign has also focused on corruption, citing high-profile corruption scandals, an accusation of state capture and nepotism within the Akufo-Addo government. The NDC has promised to continue and improve the free senior high school program, which was introduced by the New Patriotic Party to address the issue of illegal artisanal gold mining known as Galamsey. The NDC's campaign strategy includes maximizing their vote harvest in their traditional Akan strongholds whilst trying to outperform the MPP in the North and Coastal Akan communities. They are also counting on dissatisfaction with the state of the economy to give them an electoral advantage among urban voters, particularly the youth. John Dramani Mahama has also toured all 16 regions across the country, preaching and teaching about his 24-hour economy to transform the current economy of Ghana. In the just ended campaign rally, he promised to scrap e-levy, fight corruption and restore integrity. On the other hand, New Patriotic Party has been quite active in the 2024 Ghanaian general elections. Their presidential candidate Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has been campaigning on a platform of economic growth, job creation and digitalization. Bawumia's campaign has focused on the MPP's achievements in office, including the implementation of the free senior high school policy, which has been widely popular, Agenda 111, One District, One Factory, among others. Bawumia has also touted his party's infrastructure development projects, including road construction and the building of new healthcare facilities. In addition, Bawumia has promised to introduce new economic policies, including the cancellation of e-levy and certain unpopular taxes introduced by the Akufo-Addo government. He has also positioned himself as the candidate for the future, promoting digitalization initiatives and policies as a way to jumpstart the economy. The MPP's campaign strategy has also involved targeting the opposition National Democratic Congress on its economic record, blaming the NDC for the country's economic votes. The MPP has also sought to deflect attention from the economy by highlighting its achievements in other areas such as education, healthcare, and road infrastructure. Overall, the New Patriotic Party's political activity in the 2024
like our former MP, Kennedy Ajapon said it, Ghanaians in a cage. So we are in a cage through. So that very day, the Ghana become green.
Me who say, young papa no, or your Jifubia or soon on a nipa or during nipa home. Essence so be or during nipa hono, or no so ya dear, on tia nipa fa who this so. Dear how no mauka, you are who dear how now say abuau.
His Excellency, President John Dramani Mahama, signed a social contract with the good people of Ghana to reset the damaged economy with an all-hands-on-deck approach, improving governance, restoring public trust in institutions, and improving people's living conditions are huge tasks for any government.
Take it up and then we let it go to the police. So I don't see why a committee cannot do that kind of thing. We won't do what the police does, but we receive the information, okay? So the most important thing is that oral does not overstep its bounds. That will open it up to challenges. And you know the way the Ghanaian courts can be very active when it comes to these things, because they will apply the law, okay? So just don't overstep your bounds. Do what is necessary, give it to the institutions, and let them work. And I believe that with somebody like Dominic Ayine, whom many of us know, we expect him to do a good job.
President Mahama admits there is no breathing space. A day after his inauguration, he held a crucial meeting with the African Development Bank.
Significant players in the global economy, key development partners. As we speak, we are under an IMF program, so it is not possible to take over power and seek to do a few things regarding the economy and not engage these important stakeholders. So those meetings were intended to place the president's cards on the table, to indicate to them clearly what the direction would be, and have dialogue as to how the current IMF program can be tailored to meet the exigencies of the time, and what accommodations can be made to ensure that the economy is brought back on track, because currently the economy is in pretty bad shape, and very soon the figures will become apparent to all.
That same week also saw an order to the IGP to investigate election killings, termination of the appointments of all metropolitan, municipal and district chief executives, MMDCEs, and prompt actions that averted doomsor.
Through determined efforts, I can report that we have now averted the looming threat of power outages. And began delivering fuel to the thermal plants in the east in advance of the shutdown of the West African gas pipeline. And Honorable Jinapo, I want to congratulate you for working very hard.
We were basically sitting on a time bomb. The previous government had refused, or if you like, failed, to meet important obligations regarding the purchase of fuel to fire thermal plants because of the imminent shutdown of the West African gas pipeline for routine maintenance. As far back as October, that maintenance ought to have been carried out. The government itself pleaded for time, a 4 months deferment, to enable it to put its house in order and purchase for. Yet they were unable to do so, and because of that, it had led to some crisis. On the very first day that we took office, it became clear that we needed $200 million to be able to ensure that if the pipeline was shut down for 2 months consecutively, we will not sleep in darkness. So the president had to convene that meeting under the chairmanship of the chief of staff, and within a matter of hours, the outcome of the meeting produced results. As I speak to you, significant parcels of fuel have been brought in to fire thermal plants, and so we have averted what would have been a debilitating energy crisis. And unless there's any major catastrophe, we should be able to weather the storm as far as that goes.
National security and safety are key on President Mahama's agenda. This pledge is tied to the implementation of the 24-hour economy policy, and he has the full support of the heads of security agencies who pledged full allegiance before his visit to Boku and Nalerigu on Tuesday, January 14th, 2025, exactly a week after his inauguration.
Mr. President, I want to assure you that we are going to continue with even greater zeal to ensure that we maintain the security and stability of this country. I want to assure you of our unflinching support and dedication, as I said, to duty, and make sure that we help you to achieve or realize your objective of resetting Ghana. Mr. President, once again, thank you very much for receiving us this morning. We are grateful, and we wish you the best. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
From the recent appointments that have emanated from the President's office, you can see clearly that even if there is an article of Parliament establishing a Ministry of National Security, this President, and he's going back to the original conceptualization of national security by having a coordinator and a few staff around him to, coordinate the functions of that office.
More women have found themselves in President Mahama's new government, which will operate with fewer ministries, a slash from 30 to 23.
He's pushing very, very hard to meet the commitments on gender involvement in his government. At the presidency, there are 48% women working here. Out of 27 people, 13 are women, which is unprecedented. It's quite high. At some point, by the end of the first 2 weeks of his government, there were 27% women representation in his government. That is a significant step forward, and he's pushing hard to meet the 30% quota. He has indicated that the remaining appointments will reflect that particular desire because he values the contribution of women. If you go to the vice president's office, it is 60-40 in favor of women. There are 6 women as against 4 men. That is 60%. I don't think it has ever happened in our history. Indeed, the biggest testimony of all is the vice president herself, who represents Ghanaian women in extraordinary ways, because it is the first time that a Ghanaian woman has ascended to that height in governance in our country, and it is a significant moment in our history that we should acknowledge.
Right from choosing Professor Nana Jane as his running mate, and Nana is quality, we know. I mean, there's no perfect human being, but she's quality. Because of my interest in women's empowerment, I am very happy to see that he's really working hard to include women in his appointments. The initial ones came and it was good, 28%. Then there was a whole list that had just one woman. It sort of dampened our spirit a bit. But then we saw that a number of CEOs were being appointed as women, his presidential staffers, the vice president's appointments, of her staffers and so on. And it's quite impressive. Okay, but we don't want it to remain just about appointments, though there are many more to go. We know that. We also want it to be about working on issues that enhance equality between women and men, actually de facto and de jure.
42 ministers, including regional ministers, have so far been nominated.
As the ministers are approved by Parliament and as they are sworn in, I'll proceed to name deputy ministers for some of the ministries, which will bring the total ministers to 60, as I promised the people of Ghana.
I think the first month of Mame's appointment, I can see his consistency of what he says from campaign till now. That what he's going, the number of ministers he's going to have and maintain, and then how he's going to run the country. You can see the setup that is on course.
I believe his appointment is one way to show that he's really serious about the country, because I believe he's giving the youth a chance. Because when you watch the appointment, you can realize, oh, okay, the names, the age range is futuristic. So I believe it's positive.
So far, in terms of their age, perfect. The only thing that I hope that the age will go with competence. You see, it is not always the case that the mere fact that the person is young will be able to perform. We have very young ones who don't know their left from right, just like adults or elderly people who do not know their left from right. So being young is one thing, and being or having the ability to perform is another thing. It's a good thing. Elsewhere, young ones are made to learn at tender age from people who are occupying positions. It does not seem to be the case here. We need to learn, and I believe that those that have been given the opportunity must take a cue to encourage future appointees.
I mean, the appointees are also quite young, which is a good thing, but they're not really young and not informed, because most of them are persons who had worked in the previous administration, and so they have some knowledge that they bring to the table or to their positions. To the extent that they are mostly young, it's also very revealing. I mean, look at the Asante regional minister. He is 34 years. The guy has used a lot of wisdom and he speaks well. I think people like that, if they are practical enough, just as they are knowledgeable, we would go far.
President Obama was fully aware of the task ahead. You could see, of course, that having taken power, you see more than you could see when you were in opposition. But he's been very, very clear that you don't need a legion of ministers
to get the job done. And when he inaugurated the third batch of ministers, he made it clear that there's no correlation between a large government and delivery, because we saw it in the previous administration. At some point, we had 125 ministers, and yet that was the period where some of the biggest problems this country has ever faced in all sectors occurred.
The agenda to reset Ghana is on course. Committees in charge of reviewing the constitution, education, assessing the state of the economy, investigating election-related killings, and the implementation of other flagship programs have begun work.
For me, I think the consultative approach is very important. You need to engage, you need to listen, and then try and go through the information, try to process the information you receive, and then consult your internal management and see how you further engage. So for me, it's a positive step. I remember the case of Srem-Sai, for instance. I was in the helm of Srem-Sai with Dr. Joabe and all the key people, the governors of the central bank, Ministry of Finance, Honorable Tepe, and the vice president of what he championed, may so rest in peace. So I think this is, for me, a step in the right direction.
I think it's very smart, okay? A ruler, a governor who is consultative is likely to pick off the best heads. So I really like the consultative approach that he's bringing to governance, issues around the economy, education, the Constitutional Review Committee, and so on and so forth. And so that approach to me is a very good one. The only thing you need to make sure is that these committees do not turn into conumtees.
This government will not tolerate arrogance or disrespect for the people who elected us into office.
The 120-day social contract remains a huge task. President Mahama needs the buy-in of Ghanaians. That will depend on the guarantees from his actions.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
In office. Oh, it's very good. It's very good. It's good that we have a change. And the whole Ghana is becoming green. Because the country now, for the 8 good years past, we are in a cage, like how the food Ghanaians in cage. As if I could, like our former MP, Kennedy Ajapon said it, Ghanaians in a cage. So we are in a cage through. So that very day, the Ghana become green.
Me who say, young papa no. Oyo jifubia osun on nipa ho odwene nipa ho esan so obi odwene nipa ho no onu so oyo ade a ontia nipa fa ho di so de ha wo no ma wo ka nu ahu de ha wo na so aboa wo onti oni e fa ho di abanda no di otena ye fa ho di so because usuro.
His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama signed the social contract with the good people of Ghana to reset the damaged economy with an all-hands-on-deck approach. Improving governance, restoring public trust in institutions, and improving people's living conditions are huge tasks for any government.
Is the hope we need. He's the hope. He's the hope for Ghana.
His 120-day social contract encompasses 26 key initiatives. These include economic reforms, governance standards, prudent expenditure, justice and compensation, policy reviews including education, and the fight against corruption.
As for recovering any loot, it must be on top of the agenda of any government, because corruption bites so hard. This work that I do, the fact that people amass so much wealth and deprive others, that is why we get the kinds of vulnerabilities we see. The link is so direct that if you don't deal with looted items, corruption, you are going nowhere. So we agree with Oral. The Attorney General's Department has specific instruction. I expect the Attorney General to make sure Oral keeps within its legal mandate. I disagree with people who say it's not constitutional. I disagree. I think that even here, people can come here and report that crimes have happened to them in their homes. Then we take it up and then we let it go to the police. So I don't see why a committee cannot do that kind of thing. We won't do what the police does, but we receive the information. Okay, so the most important thing is that oral does not overstep its bounds. That will open it up to challenges. And you know the way the Ghanaian courts can be very active when it comes to these things, because they will apply the law. Okay, so just don't overstep your bounds. Do what is necessary, give it to the institutions and let them work. And I believe that with somebody like Dominic Ayine, whom many of us know, we expect him to do a good job.
President Mahama admits there is no breathing space. A day after his inauguration, he held a crucial meeting with the African Development Bank.
Significant players in the global economy, key development partners. As we speak, we are under an IMF program, so it is not possible to take over power and seek to do a few things regarding the economy and not engage these important stakeholders. So those meetings were intended to place the president's cards on the table, to indicate to them clearly what the direction would be, and have dialogue as to how the current IMF program can be tailored to meet the exigencies of the time, and what accommodations can be made to ensure that the economy is brought back on track, because currently the economy is in pretty bad shape, and very soon the figures will become apparent to all.
That same week also saw an order to the IGP to investigate election killings, termination of the appointments of all metropolitan, municipal and district chief executives, MMDCEs, and prompt actions that averted doomsday.
Through determined efforts, I can report that we have now averted the looming threat of power outages. And began delivering fuel to the thermal plants in the east in advance of the shutdown of the West African gas pipeline. And Honorable Jinapo, I want to congratulate you for working very hard.
We were basically sitting on a time bomb. The previous government had refused, or if you like, failed, to meet important obligations regarding the purchase of fuel to fire thermal plants because of the imminent shutdown of the West African gas pipeline for routine maintenance. As far back as October, that maintenance ought to have been carried out. The government itself pleaded for time, a 4 months deferment, to enable it to put its house in order and purchase for. Yet they were unable to do so. And because of that, it had led to some crisis. On the very first day that we took office, it became clear that we needed $200 million to be able to ensure that if the pipeline was shut down for 2 months consecutively, we will not sleep in darkness. So the president had to convene that meeting under the chairmanship of the chief of staff. And within a matter of hours, the outcome of the meeting produced results. As I speak to you, significant parcels of fuel have been brought in to fire thermal plants. And so we have averted what would have been a debilitating energy crisis. And unless there's any major catastrophe, we should be able to weather the storm as far as that goes.
National security and safety are key on President Mahama's agenda. This pledge is tied to the implementation of the 24-hour economy policy, and he has the full support of the heads of security agencies who pledged full allegiance before his visit to Boku and Nalerigu on Tuesday, January 14th, 2025, exactly a week after his inauguration.
Mr. President, I want to assure you that we are going to continue with even greater zeal to ensure that we maintain the security and stability of this country. I want to assure you of our unflinching support and dedication, as I said, to duty, and make sure that we help you to achieve or realize your objective of resetting Ghana. Mr. President, once again, thank you very much for receiving us this morning. We are grateful, and we wish you the best. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
From the recent appointments that have emanated from the
Yeah, me say, Mahama, I am a say, Mamu, Ghana, Kabia, Kanafuracha, a cow. What 200 years ago, we had in Yakuchaka. Light in the pen and hamipa, Kakrao, Open Fifie, Wabre, Udu, Ufi, Jumamudu, Fipe, light off.
Because you say, no. But your drivers, no, you're a man about ye. Yeah, Emma, MPP call, you know. So one share, one on the cosa.
We Mahama no one fa do to biamba. Oba how many months ni and how many days? And I could say mundum life and amunye say nipa no ho ndada no ono na ho no ono na ye ma onwu yi ni free ho ne yanko ye ni.
No, what you say? And I'm more with the gas cabia. Obody, oh, mutu mummy. And go by my uncle for my age. I just said, the light me the own show no ye be found man.
Because me or bar or me piamica, dear me, you know, I am driving a juma on my pass, no, ye petrol, diesel, and here you can see.
How come I can store kitano? A better more than that. Why na no kwane 20 cedi or no kwatete Ghana. Nti ombra no be bibi fa nyina ho na ntumi tina se asempem.
Na makuma temi ye bredo do.
Nti anu pe ni wa de se de abo Mahama bekasa.
Anu pe na.
Ya na etuma no ya na besa yi ni
rent abeye how kesi amaya. Se mre bi ho sam papa se wo se tua 1 month, 2 months, 6 months. There was a ban sharing control for no mo ye maye.
The rent control situation in Ghana is there, with landlords disregarding the law and demanding exorbitant rent advances from tenants. Despite the Rent Control Act stipulating that landlords cannot demand more than 6 months' rent in advance, many are requesting 1 to 2 years' rent upfront, making renting unaffordable for many Ghanaians. The Rent Act of 1963 clearly states that any landlord demanding more than 6 months' rent in advance is guilty of an offense and liable to a fine or imprisonment. However, this law is rarely enforced, and landlords continue to exploit tenants. To address this issue, the government must take decisive action to enforce the law and provide affordable housing options for Ghanaians.
Okay. Concerning rent control, now, Mubisa said, I will say rent control for say you rent 6 months, and I will say 2 years, 3 years.
I think say, any opportunity be our most to say, a bit my show with the teaching on way. Because I quite so monomudi or mohonomasi or modine.
The Vegetum senka 6 months no keye. Keye nkebe boa. Ebe boa pa.
Esan say aban no enhye mra no. Ama ifo afo no ye domo pe. Say ubi ejuma saa 1 year. Na waboa no na ifi wa babeji fi unsem. Say one pini a obehye no ayentokwa obetu.
Imom de obisa madwen kire ne say rent abeye how kesi amaya. Say maybe o ho saa papa say wo se tua 1 month, 2 months, 6 months. There was a ban sharing control for no mo yemaye.
Because I quite so monomudi or mohonomasi or modine. They build themselves. So for them to focus on the law or follow the laws, no, unless like a government bill more.
It's over 2 years. Ube kaiska we nyina go 2 years ni bedru no. No charge says God this can be a home. Charge ska fofo.
Unso we say if you be too ntin na say we there. Utumi comply with omomu rules and regulations no.
Because I have me rent shop abodin afi na opeska kwa fa ne maguma unya.
Saban be ma no de nhihye bebre be ma. On the betima force o mamai because obi a obeka say ono de ni sika to ne plot asili dance so dey. Wo na ba be rent dey untimi nhye ne mra onye ofio.
Think am fi senka 6 months no nkeye. Nti aban ye ne sa nkeye pa.
Nti de say aban ye ne say aban no atumi enforce my education no echo out. Now obi ehun say oh see na tie.
What I say ukoko bi no atwa so ha. E dan awu dem ukoko no so 1 month. Utua 1 month. Ukwa awoko.
Nti agi say aban kwa na wotumi wo muso obetumi. Eni oma ahihye ho amai.
Okay, 6 months in there, I will hold it up.
O mu say mra dey hold it up but omo ndi so. Nti no they have power everywhere be over Africa, like including the Ghana. Oba Oman Numa Abain Shishe and the idea when you womb a sini Wawsika Kita Umpo.
Sɛ ɛba ne sɛ obi kura ɛyɛ ɛbaloti saa mma na ɛsɛ yɛ kɔrɔpɔta ɛsɛ aban no atumi saa nipa ko otumi twi n'aso but ɛgya ne saa bi a saa na yɛbɛ adwuma saa kɛne nyinaa aba bɛ renti.
Aha wo ni 2 years I won't me hind dan wo be hind dan kwa na dia sebi wo de to empa to ma da kra yasem
so mutimi bibi fa ho ma no be boy se ba na sana so go ha so rent but sika na enso for 2 years no so atwa to uka 1 year kwa pro system na enye possible
fiewura fo ni bi yesa fiewura bi wo ho a ono 6 months ndi o de kono ni ma wanhwe ye obebu
enti aban ni pa bibi no nya fa on ye education no na obi anti ase say enetie enye 1 year enye 6 months say ebia 1 month you pay as you go say utia this month and next month so na we tua
enti say be hia pa say aban hwe na o ma rent control sa we ne kosoma yen na utia rent
this is now 2 years na we can bom say ho so a na akoma pressure bibre
ono be catch us rent control nyo ono na si ne dan na so okoto ni we man say on fanye ne dan nti 6 months no onye
say if you want person to who are quite say we call report no
pay as you go 1 month 2 months 3 months
say no mutimi bibisa be boy definitely like is to help
your beja 2 years no but and also a hard dream
na I say almost 30 baby who better call report now almost me follow up
at least maximum 6 months ye ne beje ho me da mos me da o mo gini 6 months na nka mepe pa
eteki say oh the ebe kan sa anase nya sa say sa because no kwa ota gidi say bibia be sisam
Cantonment, known as one of the world's most largest second-hand clothing markets situated in the business district of Ghana, was engulfed by a devastating fire on 2nd January that has left thousands of traders in pains, with over 7,000 shops destroyed and 30,000 traders affected. The fire did not only claim one life, but also destroyed the livelihoods of many. Although the government and notable key figures has made donations to the affected victims, traders poured out their grievances of how they've been denied access to their share. With this, we are here to find out life after the devastation.
I send you for be sending some man for. Somebody baby that breast be in maybe a one point. Somebody see being you seeing you
did them actually by my son so far the way I also clothing price is the same and I affect price. Oh, price is the same. And to so na yenti so the near ton no sa na ton.
I'm the one I make it. In the head of that, I am going to can you can't do number
Oh, yeah, catch a balance. One boy, and almost I answer. Sabia never said it. I want to see a crime and I never know to be a president from Kakrama. I said to me, and you be after myself. Also, I want children. I'm sure to me, I'm fighting at me too. Never did no more.
Oh, about so I had the only thing from the Cassia Prava Mubiat. It went me and country. The only channel was 25 million. So that's what you need to be. The Ghana comes to my country. Media man. Need into the motion answer. Woman with the answer, move baby or from watching telegram. With the empty for come near my signature. Kakabas on the moment. I get a minimum book from Monday.
Mumbai, Mumbai, my family being and for that's right, coming here, I couldn't be answered. I want to be correcting for
last week, I could put some crying about
I don't know what she's doing.
I also contain there's some Morocco.
And the whole Ghana is becoming green. We got the country now for the 8 good years past. We are in a cage, like how the food Ghanaians in cage. As if I could, like our former MP.
released in advance of the shutdown of the West African gas pipeline. And Honorable Jinapo, I want to congratulate you for working very hard.
We were basically sitting on a time bomb. The previous government had refused, or if you like, failed to meet important obligations regarding the purchase of fuel to fire thermal plants because of the imminent shutdown of the West African gas pipeline for routine maintenance. As far back as October, that maintenance ought to have been carried out. The government itself pleaded for time, a 4 months deferment to enable it to put its house in order and purchase for. Yet they were unable to do so, and because of that, it had led to some crisis. On the very first day that we took office, it became clear that we needed $200 million to be able to ensure that if the pipeline was shut down for 2 months consecutively, we will not sleep in darkness. So the president had to convene that meeting under the chairmanship of the chief of staff, and within a matter of hours, the outcome of the meeting produced results. As I speak to you, significant parcels of fuel have been brought into fire thermal plants, and so we have averted what would have been a debilitating energy crisis. And unless there's any major catastrophe, we should be able to weather the storm as far as that goes.
National security and safety are key on President Mahama's agenda. This pledge is tied to the implementation of the 24-hour economy policy, and he has the full support of the heads of security agencies who pledged full allegiance before his visit to Boku and Nalerigu on Tuesday, January 14th, 2025, exactly a week after his inauguration.
Mr. President, I want to assure you that we are going to continue with even greater zeal to ensure that we maintain the security and stability of this country. I want to assure you of our unflinching support and dedication, as I said, to duty, and make sure that we help you to achieve or realize your objective of resetting Ghana. Mr. President, once again, thank you very much for receiving us this morning. We are grateful, and we wish you the best. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
From the recent appointments that have emanated from the President's office, you can see clearly that even if there is an article of Parliament establishing a Ministry of National Security, this President, and he's going back to the original conceptualization of national security by having a coordinator and a few staff around him to, coordinate the functions of that office.
More women have found themselves in President Mahama's new government, which will operate with fewer ministries, a slash from 30 to 23.
He's pushing very, very hard to meet the commitments on gender involvement in his government. At the presidency, there are 48% women working here. Out of 27 people, 13 are women, which is unprecedented. It's quite high. At some point, by the end of the first 2 weeks of his government, there were 27% women representation in his government. That is a significant step forward, and he's pushing hard to meet the 30% quota. He has indicated that the remaining appointments will reflect that particular desire because he values the contribution of women. If you go to the Vice President's office, it is 60-40 in favor of women. There are 6 women as against 4 men. That is 60%. I don't think it has ever happened in our history. Indeed, the biggest testimony of all is the Vice President herself, who represents Ghanaian women in extraordinary ways, because it is the first time that a Ghanaian woman has ascended to that height in governance in our country, and it is a significant moment in our history that we should acknowledge.
Right from choosing Professor Nana Jane as his running mate, and Nana is quality, we know. I mean, there's no perfect human being, but she's quality. Because of my interest in women's empowerment, I am very happy to see that he's really working hard to include women in his appointments. The initial ones came and it was good, 28%. Then there was a whole list that had just one woman it sort of dampened our spirit a bit. But then we saw that a number of CEOs were being appointed as women, his presidential staffers, the vice president's appointments, you know, of her staffers and so on. And it's quite impressive, okay? But we don't want it to remain just about appointments, though there are many more to go, we know that. We also want it to be about working on issues that enhance equality between women and men, actually the de facto and de jure.
42 ministers, including regional ministers, have so far been nominated.
As the ministers are approved by Parliament and as they are sworn in, I'll proceed to name deputy ministers for some of the ministries, which will bring the total ministers to 60.
For double track no so me won say yes you school dynamo na nkrani because me by we secondary school me won say education is very good because double track no cover
first HS na do ne fan say MPP dey buy oh meet make say ebe boy me am say union mo 3 na benefit you e benen kinye frank bit ba say nka enye possible so meet me dey akubi.
My opinion is it's not helping because time I JSS, it's like we went to SHS for only 3 years, and that double tracking way no mudiabane is wasting the time of muko school.
Yes, I can't be because akola no wabetena fia. So we maybe minisika mesanda man some fan classes a wo ko chinchin ebia na akofa nyinsan aba nti se ye hwede a enye maye
nti am extra classes no so still am won say the performance no nya kra nti aboa yen a ofo bi mu a yen nista aboa yen so ese ma government wa ba fofo we school down more na etimeboa me hwe no na betimi aboa yen
because me to me fie nye me buja me okwa ho ka be dis betimi e dey support for some crowd 3 yeah say ba kwa wie your twins your last twins my brothers omo last year omo second year
e we still on time because we dey two calculation mo say who go school 3 years maybe wa ko sun ejuma na wa ko ye bibia aka ho a who be go school dey break you na on and off it's not nice I yes as well a trim kola no omo like omo education no ade omo sua na twi ekọ echire
nti on hwe bibi no onye maye na ebu o hwa saa 6 million 8 million ye ni sika ba wa ko tia
e no mo didi so didi ni nya kra ko ye one way food bi kakra
FCHS no ebe boy your case FCHS am bo bia no sem bi na onim de worker to me there ebe boy me de metima ka afa free FCHS no e ho kakra na metima ka
say everyone say wa ko class na ya che what they say then they break you the next semester na wa be fie obeda kai bi mu baba ka obeda kai na ye chere wo no
obu oho a onye juma but esa say free education to the back or 2 but esa betena fie be say 3 months na e ha adwen pa e ha adwen
and sometimes no so course so a subject na akwa no koye no so a o ma oto hunyama ade ni free na ade na yesa to hunyama nti me so hwe esa government no hwe ho
oh double track no e boy treasure sa kwabo no esi so ba fie a person osua de no betima tra fie esua de kakra bi ni fie o se bi betima fa teacher man na say ba fa extra we man betima de o bi a classes na de but akwa serious that was what pay bibia ye no ono betimi so atra fie esua de 1 to be in case de no school no ya ono ba fie betima fie no once betima ye no small access of we bia be boa
nti no me who say double tracking is not helping at all.
It is na abano hwe ho no nye bibi mai ene esrem
so government ya ba no so be sesemu de ni on sesemu yi mai ya na de aba mu na so on so hihye hye yi school dan no si na dodo mai wudu ya ne subject bi omo ye bia no na hu say okay so all bad ya okita 1000 na okita 1000 na otiam for na ni food ana ni bibi sa eno beboa nyama de omo sesenu si anya kra omo sesemu beboa education is very poor cry before we these best 2 years 3 years no one more performance na nya
and I will go so on bit man for extra teacher na be say man about ofie for classes.
Yeah, and so we must school no more there na dey be akwa na school ka 3 years and we school and we school.
Nti double track na e be boy akwa serious no so previous no bit man traffic asua there abra say so be traffic say 3 months you be traffic 4 months be traffic 5 months you.
Now we about 6 months 3 months no be fie anyway we ba gronko nti me no pen ho pen yam.
You say, young papa no. Oyo jifu bi osun ko nipa ho, odwere nipa ho. Esan so bi odwere nipa ho no. Ono so oyo ade a ontia nipa fa ho di so. De ha wo no ma wo ka. Nu ahu de ha wo na so aboa wo. Onti oni e fa ho di abanda no di otena ye fa ho di so because usuro.
His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama signed the social contract with the good people of Ghana to reset the damaged economy with an all-hands-on-deck approach, improving governance, restoring public trust in institutions, and improving people's living conditions are huge tasks for any government.
Jam is the hope we need. He's the hope. He's the hope for Mother Ghana.
His 120-day social contract encompasses 26 key initiatives. These include economic reforms, governance standards, prudent expenditure, justice and compensation, policy reviews including education, and the fight against corruption.
As for recovering any loot, it must be on top of the agenda of any government because corruption bites so hard. This work that I do, the fact that people amass so much wealth and deprive others, that is why we get the kinds of vulnerabilities we see. The link is so direct that if you don't deal with looted items, corruption, you are going nowhere. So we agree with Oral. The Attorney General's Department has specific instruction. I expect the Attorney General to make sure Oral keeps within its legal mandate. Okay, I disagree with people who say it's not constitutional. I disagree. I think that even here, people can come here and report that crimes have happened to them in their homes. Then we take it up and then we let it go to the police. So I don't see why a committee cannot do that kind of thing. We won't do what the police does, but we receive the information. Okay, so the most important thing is that Oral does not overstep its bounds. That will open it up to challenges. And you know the way the Ghanaian courts can be very active when it comes to these things because they will apply the law. Okay, so just don't overstep your bounds. Do what is necessary, give it to the institutions and let them work. And I believe that with somebody like Dominic Ayene, who many of us know, we expect him to do a good job.
President Mahama admits there is no breathing space. A day after his inauguration, he held a crucial meeting with the African Development Bank.
Significant players in the global economy, key development partners. And as we speak, we are under an IMF program. So it is not possible to take over power and seek to do a few things regarding the economy and not engage these important stakeholders. So those meetings were intended to place the president's cards on the table, to indicate to them clearly what the direction would be, and have dialogue as to how the current IMF program can be tailored to meet the exigencies of the time and what accommodations can be made to ensure that the economy is brought back on track, because currently the economy is in pretty bad shape and very soon the figures will become apparent to all.
That same week also saw an order to the IGP to investigate election killings, termination of the appointments of all metropolitan, municipal and district chief executives, MMDCEs, and prompt actions that averted doomsday.
Through determined efforts, I can report that we have now averted the looming threat of power outages. And began delivering fuel to the thermal plants in the east in advance of the shutdown of the West African gas pipeline. And Honorable Jinapo, I want to congratulate you for working very hard.
We were basically sitting on a time bomb. The previous government had refused, or if you like, failed, to meet important obligations regarding the purchase of fuel to fire thermal plants because of the imminent shutdown of the West African gas pipeline for routine maintenance. As far back as October, that maintenance ought to have been carried out. The government itself pleaded for time, a 4 months deferment to enable it to put its house in order and purchase for. Yet they were unable to do so. And because of that, it had led to some crisis. On the very first day that we took office, it became clear that we needed $200 million to be able to ensure that if the pipeline was shut down for 2 months consecutively, we will not sleep in darkness. So the president had to convene that meeting under the chairmanship of the chief of staff. And within a matter of hours, the outcome of the meeting produced results. As I speak to you, significant parcels of fuel have been brought in to fire thermal plants. And so we have averted what would have been a debilitating energy crisis. And unless there's any major catastrophe, we should be able to weather the storm as far as that goes.
National security and safety are key on President Mahama's agenda. This pledge is tied to the implementation of the 24-hour economy policy, and he has the full support of the heads of security agencies who pledged full allegiance before his visit to Boku and Nalerigu on Tuesday, January 14th, 2025, exactly a week after his inauguration.
Mr. President, I want to assure you that we are going to continue with even greater zeal to ensure that we maintain the security and stability of this country. I want to assure you of our unflinching support and dedication, as I said, to duty, and make sure that we help you to achieve or realize your objective of resetting Ghana. Mr. President, once again, thank you very much for receiving us this morning. We are grateful, and we wish you the best. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
From the recent appointments that have emanated from the President's office, you can see clearly that even if there is an article of Parliament establishing a Ministry of National Security, this President, and he's going back to the original conceptualization of national security by having a coordinator and a few staff around him to, coordinate the functions of that office.
More women have found themselves in President Mahama's new government, which will operate with fewer ministries, a slash from 30 to 23.
He's pushing very, very hard to meet the commitments on gender involvement in his government. At the presidency, there are 48% women working here. Out of 27 people, 13 are women, which is unprecedented. It's quite high. At some point, by the end of the first 2 weeks of his government, there were 27% women representation in his government. That is a significant step forward, and he's pushing hard to meet the 30% quota. He has indicated that the remaining appointments will reflect that particular desire because he values the contribution of women. If you go to the Vice President's office, it is 60-40 in favor of women. There are 6 women as against 4 men. That is 60%. I don't think that has ever happened in our history. Indeed, the biggest testimony of all is the Vice President herself, who represents Ghanaian women in extraordinary ways, because it is the first time that a Ghanaian woman has ascended to that height in governance in our country. And it is a significant moment in our history that we should acknowledge.
Right from choosing Professor Nana Jane as his running mate, and Nana is quality, we know. I mean, there's no perfect human being, but she's quality. Because of my interest in women's empowerment, I am very happy to see that he's really working hard to include women in his appointments. The initial ones came and it was good, 28%. Then there was a whole list that had just one woman. It sort of dampened our spirit a bit. But then we saw that a number of CEOs were being appointed as women, his presidential staffers, the vice president's appointments, of her staffers and so on. And it's quite impressive Okay, but we don't want it to remain just about appointments, though there are many more to go. We know that. We also want it to be about working on issues that enhance equality between women and men, actually the de facto and de jure.
42 ministers, including regional ministers, have so far been nominated.
As the ministers are approved by Parliament and as they are sworn in, I'll proceed to name deputy ministers for some of the ministries, which will bring the total ministers to 60, as I promised the people of Ghana.
I think the first month of Mama's appointment.
Kantamanto, known as one of the world's most largest second-hand clothing markets situated in the business district of Ghana, was engulfed by a devastating fire on 2nd January that has left thousands of traders in pains, with over 7,000 shops destroyed and 30,000 traders affected. The fire did not only claim one life, but also destroyed the livelihoods of many. Although the government and notable key figures has made donations to the affected victims, traders poured out their grievances of how they've been denied access to their share. With this, we are here to find out life after the devastation.
I send you for be sending young man for. Somebody baby that breast be in maybe one point. Somebody see be seeing baby.
Did them actually by my son cascading.
So far, the way I also clothing, price is the same, and I affect price.
Oh, price is the same. And to so na yente, so the near ton no sa na ton.
Only the woman along with me, in the head of that, she is from the Ghana card. You know, go on, Ghana,
in 1983, and I schooled in the Volta region, in the Western region, and I did my first degree in the University of Ghana, and my second degree also in the University of Ghana. I proceeded to the Ghana School of Law, where I did the qualifying certificate to be called to the bar in 2011. After that, I went to pursue my first master's degree in Cardiff School of Law and Politics, and then further to the Harvard Law School for another master's. I returned to Ghana in 2014 and started teaching at the Gimpa Law School. While there, I proceeded to pursue my PhD degree in law in the UK, University of Leeds School of Law. And then from there, I came back to continue my teaching in Gimpa until last year, April, when I moved from Gimpa to the University of Ghana School of Law, where I currently teach. I also practice law, and my practice focuses on public law. I teach constitutional law, so that has influenced my practice as well. I think this would be for my background, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. I will then open the floor and allow questions from the subject matter committee members. Honorable Member, you have the floor.
All right, my brother, so I know you are a prolific writer, and so you've written a lot of articles. In one of them, the one titled Parliamentary Oversight in Ghana, you made certain observations, and I would like you to explain your position to the committee. So, by the way, do you remember the third article? Parliamentary Oversight in Ghana.
Mr. Chairman, I remember the article. I think I published it in 2014.
Yes, about 10 years ago. Okay. So in your article, you wrote on page 4 that, and I quote, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, you wrote that it is observed that most politicians see the office of an MP as a platform which significantly increases their chances of becoming ministers, as the president is bound to appoint at least half of the ministers from that relatively small pool of the party's MPs. The effect is that once in Parliament, the MPs of the ruling party, strongly desirous of becoming ministers, find it difficult to dispassionately scrutinize the government. And you state that this weakens parliamentary oversight. Now, we have a lot of MPs here. If you look at this government, I believe about more than 80% of the ministers are from this house. Is it your position that these ministers are not going to be effective in their parliamentary duties? And how do you explain that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It is not my position that particular ministers or MPs here are not going to be effective where they are appointed, or they are not going to be effective in their oversight duties. So the research behind that work was had over a period of time where it became clear. And I think even the Constitution Review Commission had the same finding when they went around the country that the reason why Parliament may not be as effective as we want them to be is because of the requirements on the President to appoint at least half of his ministers from Parliament, and that some of the MPs often, because of their working relationship with the President, find it difficult to hold him accountable or under the oversight. So it is not in respect of any particular MP here or other place, but it's the overall picture that was created at that time, 10 years ago.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
We may want to have to put that off anytime you finish. So I guess you haven't conducted any research thereafter, but do you think that perception has changed? This is by way of follow-up, Mr. Chairman. Do you think that this perception has changed since you last did this research?
So your question is, do you still stand by your intellectual view expressed in that article?
Yes, I do. I stand by the intellectual view.
My question. But anyway, let's go ahead.
Yeah, so I do stand by it.
Thank you. Any?
Okay. Again, in your article, you also wrote that one of the factors that hamper parliamentary oversight. In fact, you listed two. The
same article?
Yes, the same article. You listed two things: corruption and conflict of interest on the part of MPs. Again, can you explain how you came by this, and whether it is still the case that corruption and conflict of interest hamper the oversight responsibility of MPs?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I indicated earlier, this research is also supported by other works which I've mentioned in the CRC report. If you ask me if I still stand by it, is that the question? Whether I still stand by the well, I don't have any research in recent times, so I'm unable to speak to what is going on now. However, I mean, as far as the research at the time was concerned, that was the position.
By way of a follow-up, so you are saying that 10 years ago, this Parliament of Ghana was hampered by corruption and conflict of interest, and as a result, they were unable to conduct their duties as required by law.
I think the article mentioned corruption, perception of corruption, and so I think when you read that section on this particular issue, it is more than simplifying it to mean that corruption, hampered the Parliament of the time. Like I said, it's research conducted over a period of time, and it was not in respect of any particular Parliament or MP, and so that is.
But it was the body.
That is the institution.
So the institution at the time was hampered by corruption and conflict of interest.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Mr. Chairman. Okay. But anyways, let me ask this question, my brother. Do you think that the disposal of public assets, say, is criminal? Now, if your answer is yes, I will leave it there. If your answer is no, then there will be a follow-up. So, do you think that disposal of state assets, say, is criminal?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A crime is defined. It must be defined. And prescribed. I am not aware done in a particular way so as to infringe on any of the criminal laws, then it would be a crime. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. You have no right to a further question. So please, you are done. I will give the floor to Honorable Alasan Umar.
Thank you, Chairman, for this opportunity. Mr. Nominee, congratulations. Indeed, you've been so great to the nation of Ghana. We enjoyed your write-ups.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
I just have two questions, and it looks like it's a follow-up to my predecessors. Will you support your minister, the Attorney General, to initiate legislation prohibiting political appointees, political exposed persons, and all serving public officials from purchasing state assets?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will, wholeheartedly.
That is fine. The second question is about this double jeopardy. The special prosecutor comes with prosecuting a special, just the former finance minister. And we are yet to see the Attorney General also prosecuted. Now, if the special prosecutor goes to court and prefer charges that he is exonerated but not to the satisfaction of the nation, Ghana, and the Attorney General, what happens to the law of double jeopardy? Must he go free, or you go back and prosecute him? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do not think that the law supports prosecuting one person on the same transaction twice. So once the person is prosecuted and acquitted, on that...
Go free, or you go back and prosecute him. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do not think that the law supports prosecuting one person on the same transaction twice. So once the person is prosecuted and acquitted on that particular transaction, that should be the end. And I don't think it would be lawful for anyone to start another prosecution in respect of the same transaction. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Last question. I know you are going to support, you may not have this capacity to say it, but will you support your minister to decentralize or cause a devolution of the courts to all the districts? And I tell you something, we need an appeals court and the northern regions to be in the northern region and not to be anywhere, any other place. Will you support the minister to do that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will support my minister to do that wholeheartedly and dispassionately. Thank you very much.
I wish you well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
I then proceed to give the floor to Honorable Haji Aladi Ayamba.
Thank you, Chairman. I haven't eaten properly, so... Okay, my brother, congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
I have observed one problem about most of the courts, especially, let me just generalize that our northern sector, especially the Upper East. I have observed that our courts, an individual could be sent to court even 10 times, and it is that the judge has not come. The judge has not come. You are going to work with the Attorney General. Most probably, you could be the one who will be carrying this responsibility up and down, because most of us will be able to approach you than to go to the main man. Will you suggest to him to ensure that at least lawyers, and for that matter, judges, are posted to basically, as you say, all the districts, and that we ensure that they have accommodation so that they don't run away, to enable us do justice to the justice system?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My minister has an elaborate plan to reduce the challenge you have just mentioned, and I would definitely be in support of it in full, that such problems don't exist or do not become very frequent. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you too, and I wish you well.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Bafoewa, Honorable Bafoewa.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I'm unable to say bye-bye because I'm not Honorable Ladi. It's something that she holds exclusively. My brother, I'm proud of you. And to also say that you have good reviews from your students. But here, you know that even though we are brothers, you know, I need to do the service as required by the state. My first question is this. You know that the Office of the Attorney General has 3 major divisions. The Civil Division, which deals with the conduct of all civil litigation on behalf of the state. The Prosecutions Divisions, which prosecutes all offenses on behalf of the Attorney General. And the Legislative Drafting Division, which drafts most of the nation's legislations. With your background, which of these divisions do you think you will be able to competently assist your boss?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Question, let me do a bit of correction. The prosecution division prosecutes on behalf of the Republic, not on behalf of the Attorney General.
It's quite arguable, because that's a constitutional power vested in the Attorney General exclusively. And so the prosecutions department does so for the Attorney General.
It's for the Republic. Justice emanates from the people of Ghana, and it is exercised on their behalf by the judiciary. So, okay. Please,
that's why I said it's arguable.
125.
I agree with you. I agree with you. So, with your background, which of these divisions do you think you'll be able to competently assist your boss?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In all the 3 divisions, I will be able to competently assist my boss.
Okay. Follow up. When I look at your CV, and this is a follow-up, when I look at your CV, you've been at the bar for 13 years, 6 of which has been schooling. 6 of which has been schooling. You were called to the bar in 2011. Then (2012) to 2013, a year after, you did a master's program at Cardiff. Then, a year after this master's program, you did another master's. So that's 2 years. Then for 4 years, you did a PhD program. So 6 out of the 13 years, you have been studying. When I look at your CV, I don't see your criminal experience. So if you say criminal practice experience, so if you say in all areas, I don't see your criminal practice experience. So can you please give us information, the committee information on your criminal practice experience? And then can you also give us information in terms of how many civil matters you have commenced and concluded? by way of follow-up, because you said you'll be able to assist you in all 3 areas. That's why I'm asking you this question.
Honorable member, you are a lawyer yourself. Is that not so? And you know, by our training, the training that you go through to become a lawyer, they train you in...
Mr. Chair, he's capable of answering it, but in any event, you also agree with me that what we learn in the classroom is not the same as what we go through in practice. In practice, after law school, some choose to become litigators, some choose to become transaction lawyers, some choose to go into the classroom. And so they are distinct experiences. And that is why I'm asking him these questions, especially with his answer.
Oh.
So they are different.
I want to understand your question. By your question, if after school you become a member of parliament, and at a point you are being appointed as a deputy minister for Attorney General and Ministry of Justice, the fact that you are not involved in private practice, you cannot hold that particular position.
I asked him a question, Mr. Chair, and as a follow-up...
That's why I'm saying I want to know the import of your follow-up question.
The import of my follow-up question is to know his experience, which is not highlighted in his CV. It's very important.
Chairman,
it's not highlighted in his CV.
Answer the question. He can answer the question.
It's about experience.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm particularly happy that my friend, whom I've been meeting the courts since 2012, is well, but I think he's helping me to tell the public what I have been doing, and that I've not been just schooling. So some of the cases I've done are actually, reported, and you would see from those cases that I was doing them whilst the revocation of banking license line of cases. I was in the middle of my PhD program when I was doing all those cases. When COVID-19 came and there was a conflict between, when they placed the restrictions, I argued 3 different cases in respect of the COVID-19 alone. And I think I don't think any other lawyer has done that. So the point I'm trying to make is that my presence in school never stopped me from practicing law, even in the courts. And when it comes to drafting, I took legislative drafting, and I have actually helped in a couple of drafting in my former law firm, Atugube & Associates. So that too, I am very competent in that. And when it comes to criminal practice, I think there have been a number of criminal cases that I've done. Of course, if you are a private practitioner, you cannot be the one prosecuting. So when it comes to criminal defense, I have sufficient experience in that. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I would like to reiterate that I will assist my boss in all the 3 departments competently. Thank you.
Any further question?
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Honorable nominee. A fortnight ago, you were on Joy FM's news file. And I stand to be corrected as to the date, but there was a discussion relative to the nolle prosequi that was filed by your prospective boss. And one of the issues that came up on the program had to do with the existence or otherwise of a memo. Your comment was to the effect that you've seen an evidence of the existence of the memo. Do you still stand by that comment?
Mr. Chairman, I stand by the comment.
As a follow-up, can you produce a copy of that evidence to this committee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm unable to produce that copy from where I am. My current status will not allow me because I do not have custody of the evidence, and I'm unable to produce it. However, if you approve me and I assume the official capacity. Why not?
Okay. So, by your answer, you saw it to the extent that you can only see.
Be asking your third question. Okay. You are not entitled to 2 follow-up questions.
Mr. Chair, very respectfully.
Yes.
Considering how important this matter is, I pray that you grant me leave.
Leave is hereby not granted.
Okay. So, from your answer, it is obvious that the evidence you are talking about is in the custody of the Attorney General, and that is where you saw it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is in official custody.
Now, as a follow-up, you have not sworn an oath of secrecy.
That is your last question.
Sure. Your appointment is yet to be approved. You have not sworn an oath of secrecy. You've not sworn an oath of allegiance to the Republic of Ghana or oath of, duty, office. So in what capacity did you see that document?
As I've indicated, I said I saw it from official source, and I saw it in my capacity as a private citizen.
Mr. Chair, the ball is now in your court. Confidential public documents being seen in the office of the Attorney General by persons in private capacity. No further question.
Very well. I'll proceed to give the floor
to
to Honorable Patrick
minority leader
Yabuama.
is here to finish it.
Honorable Patrick Yabuama, you have the floor. You are not ready. Honorable Jerry Shai.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Justice Srem-Sai. Congratulations to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
So it looks like we have our professor here, and I'm a senior, is a senior, and you are going to the Attorney General's department. I actually wish you very well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, my question flows from what Honorable Bafo just asked. The said memo you cited, was it signed, dated, and where was it emanating from? Who actually initiated the memo, if at all?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. What I saw is an electronic trail of the memo. Thank you very much.
I asked if it was signed, dated, and signed. Signed, dated, and referenced, sorry.
So an electronic memo may not have the signature, but I like I said, I saw an electronic memo of trail of the memo. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, there is a follow-up to this.
Ask a substantive question.
If you've dealt with criminal matters, do you think that one of the advices you'd propose or suggest to the Attorney General is for a lawyer to file a notice of appearance in a criminal matter before representing a client or a suspect?
Insisted on the filing of when it comes to criminal matters. So I will not insist on it myself. Thank you very much.
So if you should hear that a certain court directed that a lawyer should file a notice of appearance before representing a client, what would be your personal take on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would want to understand the circumstances under which the court made that, conclusion. So if I have the benefit of all the circumstances, then I can proffer my opinion on the matter.
Any further question?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Your last question.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I perused your CV critically, and you've done well with issues of human rights. And I've also been thinking that I have a few clients that I would have proposed that they should come and see you, but for now, that they have issues of revocation of their appointments. And they've gone through the processes of getting properly appointed, including having, first of all, meeting financial and technical clearance. They are people who are properly qualified to occupy the respective positions they are currently occupying. And,
well, Honorable Jerry Shaib, I believe some of these matters are before a court of competent jurisdiction. So let's allow the court to deal with that. Ask another question.
Honorable Chair, just my observation that this my friend is a very capable person. The matter that is before the court is a matter of interpretation of the Constitution. It has nothing to do with even the class suits that people have. But, Chairman, I'm still guided.
So, ask another question.
Chairman, I have no further.
Some very important discussions around the table when you are away. And we want the vetting to flow. Anyway, Mr. Srem-Sai, congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sure you have your constitution with you. And I'll refer you to Chapter 8 and the provisions under Article 71. Chapter 8 is on the executive. And also refer you to, I'm sure you are conversant with the NDC's manifesto, on paragraph 6.1, sub 3, on the scrapping of the payment of ex gratia. I want to ask you a question. I want you to give us your take on something. Are you with me? Okay. The entire Chapter 8, the provisions under Chapter 8 are entrenched provisions. If you read Article 2901F, deals with the entrenched provisions, especially under Chapter 8. The President is proposing to scrap the benefits of beneficiaries listed under Article 71, which we term the ex gratia. What's your take on it, especially when those provisions are entrenched provisions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. There are a couple of ways by which the ex gratia could be dealt with. As you indicated, one could be the amendment of the Constitution, which will require a referendum. So that's just one. When you read Article 71 critically, you would see that the Constitution itself doesn't prescribe any particular formula for determining the emolument and entitlement of the class of persons there. It only says that the committee will determine that. Now, it appears over the years, the committee itself has been using some formulas. And I think last year, for instance, they actually wanted to extend the persons who will benefit, and the Supreme Court, stopped that from happening. Now, from where I sit, what I see is that it is the committee's recommendation, which is usually the problem. So that could be resolved by, one, you could pass a legislation, an act of parliament, to prescribe the formula. So, for example, you could pass a law to say that that committee could only recommend any increment based on the success of the economy, maybe GDP. That is just one. So there are so many ways of doing it without amendments. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
So it will be very difficult for that process to take place within the shortest possible time.
Like I said, there are so many ways, a few ways of doing it. If you want to go by amending the Constitution, it will take a longer time. But you could also solve that problem through a regular legislation. You could also determine what the committee recommends. So if you have a committee, for example, which is saying that we are not going to have any increments in anything that has been awarded, or we even not recommend any payment to that, I mean, that Parliament may approve it, the President may approve that of the Parliament, and the problem will be solved. So depending on the approach you are using, you may take a very short time or a very long time.
Well, I disagree with you anyway, but let's make progress. The Attorney General, Dr. Ayine, has entered a number of nolle prosequi, which is within his right as the AG, within his discretion. Nobody can take it away from him. It's within his mandate, without reason, to anyone. But when the Attorney General goes ahead to give some explanation, it opens, or he opens himself up and brings himself within the provisions of Article 296. Do you agree with me on this proposition? For people to ask whether he exercised that discretion or those discretion within the ambit of 296, whether they were fair, or whether he wasn't biased, whether, you know the very salient points within Article 296. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I myself have been thinking about this particular issue, and I think there are two ways of looking at it. The first way is that the Supreme Court had already held that once the Attorney General exercises the power, it will not be subject, of any judicial review inquiry. If the Supreme Court is going to stand by that position, then it won't matter whether the Attorney General has gone, out of his way to give explanation or not. If the Supreme Court is going to stand by its previous decision, as we have seen, then a question to the Supreme Court to question the discretion will not be something that the Supreme Court will entertain. However, if the Supreme Court decides that they are going to vary their position, in other words, saying that you are not bound to give your reasons, but if you give your reasons, then we will also assume jurisdiction to evaluate your reason by way of judicial review, then that is possible.
That's a very, very, very good answer from you, because I've had discussions and I believe the AG should be expecting some suits to review those positions that he's taking. Your boss is an ardent respecter of procedure, and I want to find out from you, going to work with him, I know him, the kind of judicial reforms you assist him to undertake at the AG's department towards the justice delivery system of this country. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may get the scope of the question, I didn't quite understand.
What are some of the judicial reform proposals that you'll be assisting your boss to undertake? Thank you. Simple and straightforward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So my boss had indicated at his vetting, and I was sitting behind him, on the use of IT technology to fast-track cases. And also, one key reform is the let me call it that, of the tribunal system. These are two of the key steps that I would be ready to support my boss. Should you, approve me to, as it were, deliver to the people of Ghana?
And the only reforms that you'll be assisting Dr. Ine with is the use of IT. Is that what you are telling? And is that what you are telling the country?
Sorry, I
and
think
setting
your
up a
question,
tribunal and entering all process.
that is not what I said. Your question was for me to give some of them, and I think I've answered the question sufficiently in that scope. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, Chairman. I'm left with one question. One question.
Should I remind you of all the questions that you have asked?
Oh, Chairman. Professor Kumado wants me to ask a question.
So you need my leave to be able to do that? Please do.
Chairman, I wish him well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Mahama Shaibu.
Let me thank you very much. Justice, congratulations, my brother.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Let's do human rights and then customary law. If you turn to page 5 of your CV, you did some work. I think you presented a paper on the treatment of customary law under Ghana's 19. Can you share with us what those highlights were?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So, as we know, South Sudan is a new country, I think one of the youngest we have. So, at the time, that was 2015, they were drafting a constitution, and they required my services to advise them on how to treat customary law within the framework of modern constitutional, systems. So I was there to give them an insight into how we have treated it in Ghana. And it was a 3-day lecture and work. I think we will not have enough time here for me to give the details of the work, but suffice it to say that I helped them to find a way of putting their customary law within the framework of their constitution, similar to ours. Of course, there were some little differences in what they wanted, so that was it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, again on your CV, I'm also interested in this social work stuff. You did something on social care law in Ghana, a case of carers. Tell us a bit about that too.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So, a carer is a person who is taking care of someone who is either very ill or elderly, and because of the age or illness is unable to perform the regular activities of life. So that work was trying to compare what the UK system, has and what a Ghanaian system has. And my point in that work was that in Ghana, because of our system, the communal system, we rely on relatives for that carer services. While in the UK, most of the times they have to engage professionals. And these professionals are actually paid by the states to provide these services to total strangers. And evidence also shows, some other works also show that persons who are cared for by relatives often recover and are happier than persons who are cared for by total strangers. So my work was to the effect that we in Ghana have to value our system and make sure that we keep it as it is. And also to the UK, that they probably have to consider the communal living to what they currently have. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Your boss.
Yes, your last question.
Your boss is a very diligent, time-conscious man. I hope you know that.
I do.
I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to Honorable Elikple Makurugo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations, Justice.
Yes, in most cases, our police services get people arrested, and then they give the excuse that they are being investigated, and so they ask the courts to get the courts to remand them. But in most cases, these people in remand stay for long, for years, without them getting to hear their side of story. An example is Gregory Afoko. What will you recommend to address this lacuna in our justice delivery system? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think my view on this aligns perfectly with my boss's own view. My boss's policy, or my boss-to-be, his policy, is that he would not put a person before the court and now start looking for what? Evidence. And I think that is one way of solving this problem. The other way, the common law judge is the law, because by the common law, the judges have wide discretion. So often, even though the judges have the power to stop some of these practices, and some actually do strike cases out for want of prosecution. If you keep bringing the person and you are not taking any step, judges strike it out. But then the problem is when the judge strikes the case out, often the prosecutors will rearrest the person immediately, leave the court, and they will go and start the case usually before a different judge. And I've been a defense counsel. I've seen that. I've experienced that a couple of times. So reform, possibly indicating the number of times that you can take an adjournment as a prosecutor without taking any steps. And these are all options that we can have a look at and implement in our laws. Thank you very much.
Chair, thank you. Wishing you all the best.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Vice Chairman, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, congratulations.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Since I don't have much knowledge of the law, your minister, who is my brother, the best of support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I'll proceed to give the floor to the minority leader and then the ranking member. Leader, you have the floor.
From your CV, you had your PhD abroad. What was your source of funding?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was funded by the GET Fund.
Which year did you apply to the GET Fund for scholarship to enable you study do your PhD abroad?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I did not apply to GET Fund for scholarship. I am one of the young lecturers in GIMPA, on behalf of whom the institute, that is GIMPA, applied to GET Fund to sponsor. So GIMPA had this program where...
Sorry to interrupt you. I want to get the grammar right, the sentence, your sentence right. I want to go with you. Start again. First, did you apply to GET Fund for scholarship? Yes, no.
So I'm explaining how I...
Yes, I'm saying I needed to get the construction right. So you start again.
I'm explaining to you how I got...
you are supposed to answer yes, no. Then you can explain.
Please, what is the question again, Mr. Chairman?
I'm saying, my question is, did you apply to get fund for scholarship for your studies abroad, for a PhD, respectfully?
Mr. Chairman, that's exactly what I want to say, because if you say did you, it could be that I personally applied or it was applied on my behalf.
Don't worry, let me clarify. Let me take it easy.
Very well.
Take it easy.
Oh,
You are not under cross-examination. Take it easy. Did you personally apply to the GET Fund for scholarship for your PhD? Yes or no?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I applied to GET Fund for scholarship.
Which year did you apply to GET Fund for the scholarship for your PhD?
It was 2017.
When in 2017 did you apply?
I think it should be June 2017. Either June, August, because it was granted in September 2017.
When you put in the application, were you invited for interview, and what was the basis for your application to get fund?
Mr. Chairman, that's exactly why I wanted to explain how the scholarship. So, GIMPA had a program where they sponsor young lecturers to go and acquire, PhDs to come and enrich the institute. I was selected by GIMPA for that, scholarship. So when the time came for me to apply, GIMPA actually wrote a letter, and I think it was Professor Bonzi Simpson, who was then the rector of GIMPA, who personally wrote and forwarded the application to GET Fund. So I never had any interaction with GET Fund. I did not appear before any GET Fund, and I did not know anyone in GET Fund for that matter. And this was in 2017. I think it was August, July, August, thereabout.
So you didn't need to know anybody, but you needed to qualify by merit, correct?
Definitely.
And you benefited as a citizen of the Republic, correct?
Definitely.
Irrespective of your party colors, correct?
Well, that definitely.
Yes, please. I mean, our minimum honesty is very important. Now,
once you were... I believe the honorable ranking member is not questioning my my integrity by putting honesty in the question. I just hope that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee, now, this is your PhD that was fully funded by the state in 2017. And according to you, you earned it by merit. According to you, again, the states saw your promise and your potential as a young lecturer and gave you the opportunity to study. And in fact, you didn't need to know anybody at GET Fund, and you didn't need to show party colors before being given the opportunity. Tell us how much it cost the state.
Thank you very much. I can't recall exactly, but it's one of the school I was in actually is one of the expensive schools, and I think we're paying a bit of £20 pounds. That is tuition alone. I think that is...
All right. So let's stay there a bit. So now, you spent 4 years for your PhD or 3 years?
It was 3, but COVID took 1. So 4, let's say for 4 years.
So now, Get Fund took care of your tuition, your accommodation, and also your living expenses, correct?
So it wasn't only Get Fund that I relied on. Even the university itself.
Honorable nominee, please, let's.
Honorable
Chairman.
Deputy. Leader, please allow the nominee to, Honorable Minority Leader, allow the nominee to answer the question.
Chairman, with respect, I do not want you and I to be seen in the public eye exchanging. It's my duty as ranking to help him to stay on the question. My question is on Get Fund, and I'm specifically dealing with Get Fund. Respectfully, I'm asking you on Get Fund. If you are done with Get Fund, you can deal with other matters. So let us stay on Get Fund. You've mentioned the tuition fees, which you are saying that at least it was £20,000 per year. And you are saying also that your school was one of the expensive universities, which the state still had to bear. I want to know from you, apart from the tuition fee, which however expensive it was, the state, Ghana, paid, the living expenses, did the state also pay for it?
Mr. Chairman, if I may be allowed to, without interference, to explain.
Please do.
It looks like there must be some explanation. So, when you are in a school, this is come up from Get Fund, which obviously could not cover every expense of the student. The school itself has scholarship, especially when you're in a PhD program. It involves research, traveling, so many expenses which Get Fund cannot even or would not even have in contemplation, or even you, the student, may not have in contemplation application. So the point I'm making is that in as much as Get Fund sponsored me, which I am of course grateful for, all the Ghanaians who have paid taxes to invest in my education, I am grateful for that. The people of the United Kingdom, through their taxes as well, contributed to that project. That is all I'm trying to say. And of course, my also contributed to that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee, so Get Fund, in addition to the tuition fee, provided you funding for your living expenses, correct?
Correct.
Now, Get Fund also paid for your accommodation as part of the package, correct?
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Now, let me as a result of the COVID, your studies got extended by additional year, as you said, correct?
That is incorrect, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, please. You said that I asked you earlier how long your program took you. You said it was supposed to be 3 years, but because of the COVID, it got extended. So if it's not for a year, what extension?
May I explain? So, in the UK, your PhD may last between 3 to 4 years. So, it was not supposed to be 3 years. I had 4 years to conduct my research. Out of that 4 years, what I meant was that I would have finished in the 3rd year, but for COVID, but I was still within time. So I was not, I didn't apply for any extension, neither did I have any extension.
Honorable nominee, so you, Chairman with respect, if my opportunity to ask my questions will be interrupted. The Ghanaian people have had problem with the way we did our things. It is not this time that the chief whip will be applying for, I want to do a follow-up. Let's stop this. We've had a smooth 2 days where the chair, your deputy, stood an opportunity. It's not acceptable.
Honorable Leader, you know, we recognize a follow-up question. The majority chief whip kept prompting me, he has a follow-up. So I'll have to listen to the follow-up question. If really it's not a follow-up question, I will overrule him. So please, you have the floor for a follow-up. And it should strictly be a follow-up question.
What is this?
Chairman, thank you. Chairman, with all due respect to the minority leader, I'm also a leader.
Please, your follow-up question.
So the what is this should be withdrawn.
Please, your follow-up question.
I am not a nuisance. Anyway, so my follow-up. Honorable nominee, you are conversant with Act 581, 2000. You are conversant with it. And you took advantage. No, it's a follow-up. So we are lawyers. Let me put it in one omnibus question for you. And you took advantage of section 221 of the law as a citizen to apply for GET Fund for assistance as a Ghanaian citizen for your postgraduate studies. That is correct.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Chairman, that's...
Honorable Minority Leader, you have the floor.
Honorable nominee, you have told us a moment ago that GIMPA, as part of its grooming policy for young lecturers, gave you the opportunity and you didn't even need to go to GET Fund yourself with an application. And it was an opportunity given to young lecturers. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
And in all sincerity, at the time that opportunity came, was it based on any law known to you at the time? Were you as invoking any right in any law as a citizen? In all sincerity.
Established by law. So anything that happens within them, to the extent that they are limited by the laws that establish them, I understood at the time that I was working within the law. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
So it was an opportunity that was given to you as a citizen of Ghana who had the talent and nobody stopped you because of your partisan colors, correct?
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Now, so let's go back to the duration of your studies. It was 4 years, you said. And then you're saying that your university is one of the most expensive in the UK. The state, however, still bore the cost. Now, you have given an indication, you don't immediately have your offer letter here, but you're saying that in terms of tuition, it was about £20,000 a year. Was it 20,000 round or around 25,000? Can you share with us?
Mr. Chairman, as I said, I do not have the accurate, figure, but I have a fair idea of the range. That is what I give, and okay. I made it clear when I was giving the figure I gave.
Okay, so given the opportunity, not now, would you be able to share with us the actual tuition fee per year that the state paid, make that available to the chair of this committee for the purpose of our report, with the leave of the chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe if Parliament requires that information, GET Fund has on record all the persons they have been sponsoring and how much they have paid. I think that will be a more authoritative, source of the information than I could personally give. So I will recommend that if that is the case, GET Fund can provide. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, with respect. Chairman, something has been said, not on record, but sometimes those who view No, I'm going to say, Chairman, let me finish. The learned Attorney General is somebody he knows I respect. And I don't want him to be on this table. When I'm asking questions, he says, what is the relevance? Chairman, if you didn't hear, I heard. These things must be stopped. Let's have a peaceful atmosphere.
Well, I have not heard the voice of the learned Attorney General.
If you didn't hear, no problem. I have heard. Though you are closer to him than I am, but if you didn't hear, I know that he has just said it. And Chairman, these things must stop. Let's stop all these side comments and let's focus. Joe. Honorable nominee, do you also remember the living allowances that you received per year? Do you, because that one came to you directly?
Mr. Chairman, I think the previous answer still applies. Since GetFund is the most authoritative source of this information, I think it could be obtained from there by the committee. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Chairman, with your leave, I believe that this is very important, that would make the clerk right to GetFund for this information. Let me go to the third one. Regarding your accommodation, are you able to share with us how much you received per year for your accommodation? Are you relying on your previous answer? So we make a composite application to get fund.
Mr. Chairman.
Very well. So, Chairman, we would have three issues: living expenses, tuition, and accommodation for get fund to furnish us, to enable us have it in our report. Now, Honorable nominee, we also have here your studies at Harvard Law School, Cambridge, US, August 2013 to May 2024. Was it also financed by the state?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My study in Harvard was financed by the Harvard Law School scholarship. Nothing came from the states in my study in Harvard. And it was fully, sponsored. Thank you very much.
Honorable nominee, Cardiff School of Law and Politics, for your Master of Laws. How was this one also funded?
Thank you very much. So, Cardiff was funded by George Soros. I don't know if you are familiar with, it's an American philanthropist. So he has a scholarship for, it's a global scholarship. They select, I think, 10 or 12 people every year from all over the world, and it's a very competitive, process. I went through it with people from all over the world, including an interview in South Africa, and I came out as one of the 10 people who were selected for that year. So that was the funding, and I must say, it was a very, prestigious scholarship, just as the Harvard Law School scholarship. They funded everything, my travel, everything for me fully. Thank you very much.
Did GetFund fund your travel to the UK and back to Ghana?
They funded it. That is the
they paid your ticket.
Exactly.
For you.
Let's be clear. Is that for the masters or the PhD?
No, it was GetFund funded only my PhD. The rest were funded by these institutions that I've mentioned.
Very well.
GetFund was not part of any of
Very
the
well.
other funding.
So it is clear. You are now asking of the masters. That is why I step in to do the clarification.
Most grateful, Mr. Chairman.
So just to bring clarity, 4 issues. Your PhD in the UK, GetFund paid for your tickets to the UK and back. GetFund paid for your accommodation for the entire period, 4 years. GetFund provided you living allowances for the 4 years and paid your full tuition fee for the 4 years. Correct?
Correct.
Now, you have also indicated that you did your qualifying certificate in law and you have into brackets barrister and solicitor of the Supreme Court of Ghana, 2009 to 2011. That certificate that you are referring to, which came from the Ghana School of Law, on it, is there anything written qualifying certificate in law?
So the certificate is actually provided for in Act 32, that's the Legal Professions Act, and that is how they described it in the law. And I think in the description in the, I don't quite remember, and I don't have it here, but it's also stated on the certificate as a qualifying certificate to practice law. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
You also say you did Bachelor of Law, LLB degree, 2007 to 2009, correct?
Precisely, Mr. Chairman.
Underneath that, you have...
Mr. Chairman, I have my classmate who just is standing up.
Honorable nominee, let's focus. Don't go into other areas that will cause your delay and your people will complain that I spent too much time on you. Once you give me your yes or no, leave all those ex-cathedral matters. You've also stated that you earn a Bachelor of Arts, BA degree, Management and Psychology, 2002 to 2006, correct?
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee, you have here Takwa Secondary School, Takwa, 1998 to 2000, correct?
Precisely.
You have also stated Teberebie Goldfields Basic School, Takwa, 1995 to 1997, correct?
Very correct, Mr. Chairman.
Then St. Michael Kali School, Aveme, Volta Region, Ghana, 1985 to 1994, primary basic education, correct?
Precisely, Mr. Chairman.
Right. Employment and relevant professional experiences. University of Ghana School of Law, Legon, Ghana, April 2024 present, correct?
Correct.
Praetorium Solicitors, Accra, Ghana, October 2020 to present, into bracket, private law firm, founder and managing partner, Ghana Law Practice, correct?
General law practice, not Ghana law
Sorry,
practice.
I apologize. General law
Most
practice. General law practice, you are right. I apologize to you on that. General law practice. Now, share with us where you did your service and what you did for your service.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I did my national service in 2007 at the United Bank of Africa, UBA. That's where I did my national service.
Do you have your CV with you?
I have it with me.
You have it with you? Please refer to page 3 of 6 of your CV.
Mr. Chairman, I'm at page 3.
Is there anything you would want to say in respect of your national service?
No, I do not, Mr. Chairman, I do not have anything to say.
You indicated in an earlier answer that you did your national service in 2007. On your CV, your national service actually started in 2006. That's why I wanted to give you an opportunity to correct it for the records. And you said there's nothing that you would want to say. I'm sure you didn't really get it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for reminding me that I started in 2006 and ended in 2007.
So is that what is on your record?
On my... Mr. Chairman, which record, please?
Your CV is in reference.
No, Mr. Chairman, you've just drawn my attention to the fact that it started in 2006 and ended in 2007, and that I said I did my national service in 2007, and I said I accept your reminder of what is on the CV.
So normally, when such an offer comes from the bench, what do you do as a? I have
expressed my gratitude.
You haven't said so. You only said remind. You didn't. You didn't. You said.
I said I'm.
I didn't hear. You have to say because you were earlier challenging me. Anyway,
I'm grateful for
indeed.
your assistance.
You are not under cross-examination. You take it easy. We're just doing our constitutional duty. Okay, honorable nominee. Page 1 of your CV. You say you speak Ewe, Tree, and English. You also say you're from Aveme in the Volta region. So the Aveme area in the Volta region, is it Vedome and Law? Whatever, just help me. I want to know.
Mr. Chairman, Aveme is middle of the Volta region, exactly in the middle. I think
No. I'm not talking about geography here. I'm talking about custom and tradition, and unless you don't go home. But which parts do you? Because I've had some education from my tribesman here, and I know that in the Volta region there are different sub-tribes. So I want to know, if you say you are from Aveme, Mr. Chairman, can you talk to the chief? I can take it on a lighter note, but he easily gets emotional. So if he's introducing this, you should stop. Where do you belong? If you say you are from Aveme, what should we, are you an Anlo man? Are Aveme people Anlo people? Yes, we've heard you. We know.
I'm an Ebe.
Yes, in the Volta region, they speak Ebe. You are an Ebe, I know. But your sub-tribe, I want to know from you whether you often go home and you know. Because I have asked mine and I know. Pardon? So it's your sub-tribe Vedome.
That is so.
Yes, so say it. How have you gotten yourself immersed into the culture of your people?
I have lived among my people for a greater part of my life. I visit my people, and as you can see from behind, my chiefs are here with me.
Don't go there. Don't go there. You deal with the issue. They being here is neither here nor there. You deal with the culture.
No, I want to know what exactly you mean by how I immerse myself in the culture. I would be very grateful if you can guide me on that.
All right, sure. I will guide you. The Agbaja dance, do you know how to dance it?
We dance in my side of the Volta region. We do not dance Agbaja. We dance a couple of them. We have Akpi. Do you know Akpi? Then we have Bobobo. I believe you know Bobobo.
So, honorable nominee, we are here to learn about our country. Kindly demonstrate the Akpi dance a bit, just for a second.
Please. Honorable nominee, the question is overruled. You are not going to demonstrate.
Chairman, if you decide to be whimsical and capricious, it will not advance the work of this committee. Apart from the constitutional issues involved, it is also about our culture. We've had nominees speaking their dialect here, and I do not think that if you start by is overruled. The man is talking about a dance that we all don't know until today. If anybody had asked me in the Volta region, as part of our culture, what are the dances, I would have said Agbaja and Bobobo. Today, he is enlightening me and others. And I'm saying that he should demonstrate it just in some 30 seconds. And you saying that, you know, you are disallowing the question.
Honorable Minority Leader, I take offense from the fact that you are saying I'm being whimsical and capricious. So I will urge upon you to withdraw those words you use on me.
Chairman,
I still stand by overruling the question that you are not going to demonstrate any dance.
You were whimsical and capricious in the way you overruled my question. I will not withdraw.
You would not demonstrate any dance. This is not a demonstration forum. This is appointment committee. So I insist that you withdraw the word that I'm being whimsical and capricious.
Chairman, I will not withdraw. I'm sorry. I will not withdraw. You rudely overruled me. I will not withdraw.
I would again ask that you withdraw the word rudely.
Chairman, one more time, I will not withdraw. I'm sorry.
Will you withdraw?
Chairman, I'm sorry, I will not withdraw.
Well, to demonstrate to you that I am the chairman for this particular vetting committee, that may be your last question. I will proceed to acknowledge the presence of the following guests. Madam Mary Srem, mother of the nominee. Togbi Tam the Fifth, tutor of Avemen, representing Togiga Gazari the Fifth, paramount chief of Avemen traditional area. Okpekpe Ukpe, Togiga Dagadu the Ninth, overlords of Akpini State, Bando. Mamaga Aloglo the First, paramount queen, mother of Avemen traditional area. Togbi Afari Akoto the Fourth, Dufia of Avemen, Danyigba, and Mama Adjoefwe III, Queen Mother of Afama Danyigba. His Lordship Justice Paul Bafo-Boni, Justice of the Supreme Court. His Lordship Justice William Atuguba, retired Justice of the Supreme Court. We have Yarapio, Professor Pokwa Atudiwe Atudipari Machi, the third, Professor of Law and Head of Public Law Department, University of Ghana, School of Law. We also have Professor Kwame Jan, Professor of Law, University of Ghana, School of Law. We have Honorable Commodore retired Steve Obimpe, former Minister and former Member of Parliament of North Dine constituency. We have Mr. Mauto Agbavito, Regional Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Volta Region. And we have Reverend Father Emmanuel Mary Srem, Parish Priest, St. Agnes Catholic Church, Dodowa. You are most welcome. I also recognize the former Attorney General Marietta Brew upon the legal Marietta Brew, the legal advisor to His Excellency the President. You are all most welcome. Honorable nominee, you are hereby discharged. You hear from the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
May I invite the next nominee to take his seat.
With tremendous humility that I accept this clear mandate that you, the good people of Ghana, have given me to lead this great nation as your next president.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Asamparabo, 24-hour economy.
Yeah, 1 month of our president, President John Mahama's in office. Oh, it's very good. It's very good. It's good that we have a change, and the whole Ghana.
Wakati face it is I'm a boy na onim de woka
For double track, no, so they won't say yes, it's school dynamo now, because the very secondary school, we won't say education is very good because double track no cover.
First HS and another name fans MPP the buy. Oh, meet Mac I say ebe boy. Me am Chelsea. Union mo 3 na benefit you. E benen kinye frank bit papa senka enye possible so meet my day. Akubi.
My opinion is say it's not helping because time I JSS. It's like we went to SHS for only 3 years. And that double tracking way no mudiabane is wasting the time of Microphone muko school.
Yes, I can't be because akola no wa betina fie so wo maybe me ni sika mesanda man so fanko classes a wo ko chinchin ebia na akofa nyinsan aba nti se ye hwe de a enye maye
nti am extra classes no so still I mean say the performance in nya kra nti aboa yen a ofo bi mu a yen ni sika aboa yen so ese ma government wa ba fufu we see school down more na etimeboa we share no na betimi aboa yen
because me to me fie nye me buja me okwa ho ke be
like how the food Ghanaians in cage. As if I could, like our former MP, Kennedy Ajapon said it, Ghanaians in a cage. So we are in a cage true. So that very day, the Ghana become green.
Me who say, young papa no, or your Jifubia or soon on a nipa or during nipa home. Essence so be or during nipa hono, or no so ya dear, on Tia nipa fa who this so. Dear how no mauka, you are who dear how now say abua.
His Excellency, President John Dramani Mahama, signed a social contract with the good people of Ghana to reset the damaged economy with an all-hands-on-deck approach, improving governance, restoring public trust in institutions, and improving people's living conditions are huge tasks for any government.
Jam is the hope we need. He's the hope. He's the hope for Mother Ghana.
His 120-day social contract encompasses 26 key initiatives. These include economic reforms, governance standards, prudent expenditure, justice and compensation, policy reviews including education, and the fight against corruption.
As for recovering any loot, it must be on top of the agenda of any government because corruption bites so hard. This work that I do, the fact that people amass so much wealth and deprive others, that is why we get the kinds of vulnerabilities we see. The link is so direct that if you don't deal with looted items, corruption, you are going nowhere.
I, Yusif Sulemana,
do in the name of Almighty Allah swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty Allah swear.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me Allah.
So help me Allah. Thank you.
Take a seat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable nominee, please proceed in 2 minutes to tell us about yourself.
Your Chairman, my name is Sulemana Yusif.
The Chairman, we call for 10 minutes suspension. The minority has some consent, and we want 10 minutes suspension of proceedings to address these matters.
This could have been done timelessly, particularly before allowing the nominee to take his seat. However, I will indulge the 10 minutes and I will plead with the nominee and the revered chiefs here to give moral support to give us 10 minutes.
So we agree with Oral. The Attorney General's Department has specific instruction. I expect the Attorney General to make sure Oral keeps within its legal mandate. Okay, I disagree with people who say it's not constitutional. I disagree. I think that even here, people can come here and report that crimes have happened to them in their homes. Then we take it up and then we let it go to the police. So I don't see why a committee cannot do that kind of thing. We won't do what the police does, but we receive the information. Okay, so the most important thing is that Oral does not overstep its bounds. That will open it up to challenges. And you know the way the Ghanaian courts can be very active when it comes to these things, because they will apply the law. Okay, so just don't overstep your bounds. Do what is necessary, give it to the institutions and let them work. And I believe that with somebody like Dominic Ayene, whom many of us know, we expect him to do a good job.
President Mahama admits there is no breathing space. A day after his inauguration, he held a crucial meeting with the African Development Bank.
Significant players in the global economy, key development partners. And as we speak, we are under an IMF program, so it is not possible to take over power and seek to do a few things regarding the economy and not engage these important stakeholders. So those meetings were intended to place the president's cards on the table, to indicate to them clearly what the direction would be, and have dialogue as to how the current IMF program can be tailored to meet the exigencies of the time and what accommodations can be made to ensure that the economy is brought back on track, because currently the economy is in pretty bad shape and very soon the figures will become apparent to all.
That same week also saw an order to the IGP to investigate election killings, termination of the appointments of all metropolitan, municipal and district chief executives, MMDCEs, and prompt actions that averted doomsday.
Through determined efforts, I can report that we have now averted the looming threat of power outages. And began delivering fuel to the thermal plants in the east in advance of the shutdown of the West African gas pipeline. And Honorable Jinapo, I want to congratulate you for working very hard.
We were basically sitting on a time bomb. The previous government had refused, or if you like, failed, to meet important obligations regarding the purchase of fuel to fire thermal plants because of the imminent shutdown of the West African gas pipeline for routine maintenance. As far back as October, that maintenance ought to have been carried out. The government itself pleaded for time, a 4 months deferment to enable it to put its house in order and purchase for. Yet they were unable to do so. And because of that, it had led to some crisis. On the very first day that we took office, it became clear that we needed $200 million to be able to ensure that if the pipeline was shut down for 2 months consecutively, we will not sleep in darkness. So the president had to convene that meeting under the chairmanship of the chief of staff. And within a matter of hours, the outcome of the meeting produced results. As I speak to you, significant parcels of fuel have been brought into fire thermal plants. And so we have averted what would have been a debilitating energy crisis. And unless there's any major catastrophe, we should be able to weather the storm as far as that goes.
National security and safety are key on President Mahama's agenda. This pledge is tied to the implementation of the 24-hour economy policy, and he has the full support of the heads of security agencies who pledged full allegiance before his visit to Boku and Nalerigu on Tuesday, January 14th, 2025, exactly a week after his inauguration.
Mr. President, I want to assure you that we are going to continue with even greater zeal to ensure that we maintain the security and stability of this country. I want to assure you of our unflinching support and dedication, as I said, to duty, and make sure that we help you to achieve or realize your objective of resetting Ghana. Mr. President, once again, thank you very much for receiving us this morning. We are grateful, and we wish you the best. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
From the recent appointments that have emanated from the President's office, you can see clearly that even if there is an article of Parliament establishing a Ministry of National Security, this President, and he's going back to the original conceptualization of national security by having a coordinator and a few staff around him to, coordinate the functions of that office.
More women have found themselves in President Mahama's new government, which will operate with fewer ministries, a slash from 30 to 23.
He's pushing very, very hard to meet the commitments on gender involvement in his government. At the presidency, there are 48% women working here. Out of 27 people, 13 are women, which is unprecedented. It's quite high. At some point, by the end of the first 2 weeks of his government, there were 27%.
What? Your remark.
Chairman, with respect, first, thank you for granting us leave to confer as a caucus for 10 minutes. We appreciate it. Second, we are protesting your conduct in abruptly ending the nominee for the office of Deputy Attorney General on ground that I refuse to withdraw my dissatisfaction of your ruling by using the word that you acted whimsical and capricious. I again added that you rudely made those expressions. We do not think that in the spirit of cooperation, you should put up such a posture. Chairman, the caucus has observed that in this afternoon's proceedings, Honorable Ahmed Jerry Shaib was the first to experience an unfair treatment at your hand. When it got to me, the leader of the caucus, there were all manner of interruption, including an interruption by the Attorney General himself, of which you curiously said you never heard. Again, the majority chief whip came in interrupting, though not into the mic. It was aimed at obstructing the smooth process of my vetting of the nominee. Eventually, you allowed him to ask a so-called follow-up question. Chairman, we've long assured the majority of our cooperation, but not when such a posture is coming from the chair. We would respect you but where you are acting in excess of discretion, we would express it. We've had a smooth vetting since Monday in an atmosphere of mutual respect, in a very humorous atmosphere, and all nominees that appeared before us on those 2 days, Monday and Tuesday, we approved them by consensus. Without more, let me conclude as follows. The one, the minority caucus hereby rejects the nomination of the Deputy Attorney General, and that the decision of it would be solely yours as a majority caucus. For today, all other nominees in furtherance of protest, we are also rejecting them, and then your decision, it will remain your decision as majority caucus. God willing, tomorrow, we are receiving the president. Our understanding is that there is no vetting. On Friday, God willing, will be available. And if the posture remains decision as majority caucus. God willing, tomorrow, we are receiving the president. Our understanding is that there is no vetting. On Friday, God willing, will be available. And if the posture remains same, we will advise ourselves on the next line of action. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, honorable members. In a short response, I will want to place on record that I am a very fair and just person. Honorable Jerry Ahmed was to ask 3 questions, and indeed he has asked the 3 questions. Honorable members, I take a great exception to the minority leader saying I am quizzical, capricious, and I rudely interrupted. As a chairman of the committee, I'm entitled to overrule a question. When you want to convert the appointment committee, and for that matter, the vetting room into a dancing floor, I think the just thing for me to do is to overrule that particular question. In Parliament, anytime unparliamentary language is used, by our rules, you will be requested to withdraw and sometimes apologize. When you refuse to do so, he is even lucky that I have not even cited him for contempt. Honorable members, let's make progress. Honorable nominee, in minutes, tell us about yourself.
Mr. Chairman, I'm grateful. Mr. Chairman, my name is Sulemana Yusif, born to Mr. Adam Sulemana Salah from Bole, and my mother Hajia Fatih Brahma Kamara from Larbanga. I am married to Hajia Mariam Abu, who is sitting behind me, and we are blessed with 4 children, 2 boys, 2 girls. Mr. Chairman, I had my basic education in Bole, starting from an Arabic school to RC Primary School to Bole Experimental JSS. And then I went ahead to Damango Secondary School for my O-levels. I proceeded to Tamale Training College to be trained as a teacher. Whilst there, I wrote A-level as a private candidate. And by the grace of Allah, By the time I left Tamale Training College, God blessed me with a very beautiful grade, which I used to gain admission into the University of Ghana. Then School of Administration, now Business School. I graduated I have a first degree in banking and finance as my option. I went back to Legon for my MBA in project management. Mr. Chairman, I hold also an MPhil in development finance from GIMPA. Mr. Chairman, as I speak to you, I'm just about ending my PhD program with Nobel International Business School. Indeed, I've submitted my thesis and getting ready for my defense. Mr. Chairman, I worked as a teacher and then proceeded to work with Unibank, the defunct Unibank. From Unibank, I resigned and joined EDIF, now SM Bank. And then in 2016, I decided to do politics. And so I was elected by the good people of Bole Bamboy to represent them in the 7th Parliament. And then again in 2020, they retained me. And then in 2024, I was also retained. In Parliament, I served on a few committees. I served on the Poverty Reduction Strategy Committee. I also served on the Trade, Industry and Tourism Committee, starting as a member, graduated to a deputy ranking, and ended as the ranking for the committee in the immediate past Parliament. Mr. Chairman, I have also some certificates in procurement management, in PPP, in monitoring and evaluation, just to mention a few. Mr. Chairman, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, thereafter appointed me as a nominee, and if this House approves me, his act reflects determination and resilience and the intervention of Allah. And that is what has taken me this far. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister Designate, I will then open the floor for members of the committee to begin asking you questions and you providing answers to those questions. I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Alikule Makurugu, MP for Domi Kwabenya.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations.
Thank you, Honorable.
Yes, land disputes are common problems in Ghana. Some land cases that have been litigated to resolve to improve land administration in Ghana. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, let me put on record, and let me also make reference to Article 79(1) of the Constitution, and that I'm going to assist the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources. And so, when it comes to policies, it is the Minister who will have to come up with policies, and then at the cabinet level, when these policies are approved, mine is to assist him in ensuring that these policies are well executed. And so, I am not in a position to suggest policies, but if the Minister comes out with policies, I will run with those policies to ensure that we are able to deliver and deliver effectively. Thank you.
Chair, that will be all. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Alassane Umar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Alhaji Sulemana, congratulations.
Thank you, Chairman.
I know you can do the work, but I have one question for you. And this is about the disparity, what accounts for the disparity between the volume of gold exported and the revenue received by the country?
Mr. Chairman, primarily, it is smuggling smuggling of gold into other neighboring countries before exporting it. And the reason is that until recently, we had imposed 3% on the export of gold. And so that makes it very unattractive. And so people with gold will smuggle it to nearby countries like Cote d'Ivoire. For instance, Cote d'Ivoire, it is 0. And so they smuggle it to Cote d'Ivoire, and then they will now export it. In that case, the proceeds don't come back. And so you realize that there will be that kind of disparities. Let me also put on record that the government, the previous government, reduced the tax to 1%. But in some jurisdictions, like I cited, Cote d'Ivoire, it's still 0. And so if I have my way of taking it to Cote d'Ivoire and exporting it there, I'm a business person. That is what I would do, rationally. Thank you.
Thank you. The other question is about land swapping. Policy of government swapping lands. Have you heard about it, or when you went to the ministry, were you briefed on it? And what do you think about it?
Chairman, I'm grateful. Chairman, yes, I was briefed. The policy of land swap refers to a situation where, especially the Ministry of Lands, give a land to the private individuals or companies in exchange for something that they are in need of. For instance, if the ministry wants to build a regional office, let's say in Savannah region, and cannot afford the cost of it, the ministry as a policy can decide to allocate a land anywhere in this country that is attractive to this private person in lieu of the person going to put up that office. I think that is a good policy. What is important is to ensure that there's always value for money. What is important is to ensure that there's transparency in such transactions. And if these two things will hold, it is something that I believe my minister will welcome, and I will assist him in that direction. Thank you.
Don't you think continuation of it is part of the abusive, it's been abused, whereby we now call land grabbing?
Yeah, so that is a different policy altogether. You want to refer to a situation where public lands are sold to individuals and companies. That is a bit different from land swap. And so, like I said, in the concept of land swap, the most important thing is there transparency? Is there competitiveness in terms of how that program is rolled out? Are you allowing other people to participate so that you can be rest assured that there's value for money? If that is done, I think that is a good cause. Thank you.
Chairman, I have no doubt in his performance, and I wish him well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Mahama Shaibu.
Chairman, let me thank you very much for the opportunity. Honorable nominee, bro. Thank you, Kumulana.
Bro.
It was in Kabanya Eji Kumutono. A very quick one. I just have two, Chairman. In recent times, the share butter has been one of, if you like, the northern cocoa. Indeed, the last 2 years or so, the export of shea butter, Ghana was ranked the 4th largest exporter of shea butter in the last 2 years. That tree that produces shea butter is under serious threat from bushfires, but more importantly and seriously, from charcoal burners. And so it's a critical thing. I know our chiefs have played a critical role in protecting the shea tree. But tell us, what role would you play in supporting your minister to be able to protect this valuable natural resource for the North. Thank you.
Chairman, it is not even in recent times that the shade tree, and for that matter, its products are seen to be equated to, let's say, cocoa. It is indeed the cocoa of the Savannah ecological area. And as I sit here, I am a beneficiary of the shade tree. My mother, I'm sure she's listening to me. Those days, early morning, we wake you up to go and pick share nuts, process it, and part of it was used to pay your school fees. I agree with you that today, that tree is under threat. It is an economic tree. It is a tree that all of us must be proud of. The question you ask is, what do we do to ensure that that tree survives? The tree is a wild tree, and so propagating it is a challenge. The Cocoa Research Institute in Bole tried to propagate it, and it's been a problem. The surest way is to ensure that those wild trees are maintained. And so if you have a situation where we are felling those trees, it should be a source of worry. Solution. I think that it is an economic tree, and to fell economic tree is a crime. And so we need to enforce our laws. People who are seen felling share trees should be punished, and punished severely. Let me also say this, that yes, our chiefs have done very well, and they continue to do well. But growing up as a child, it was even a taboo. When I have my revered chiefs seated here listening to me, they'll bear me witness that growing up those days, it was even a taboo for you to fell that tree. Anytime you fell that tree, you were summoned by the chief priest or to the chief palace, and you were charged. I think it's something that we have to go back to. Again, the district assemblies should also help. The district assemblies should see that tree as an economic tree, and if there's a need for them to even support the existing laws with bylaws, why not? So that we can preserve that tree for ourselves and for our future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Absolutely brilliant answer. Let's do some law. I'm sure you're familiar with LI 2462. Small-scale mining.
Yes, I'm very familiar with it. At the ministry, I was briefed. And I've also listened to the president, so I have some idea as to what it is.
Very well. So should small-scale mining be banned or temporarily suspended? I know Bole, there's some mining going on in Bole area now. It's becoming the gold hub of Savannah. Tell us what your opinion is on this.
Mr. Chairman, my understanding when you refer to small-scale mining means that small-scale artisanal mining that are legalized, that are given licenses to operate. That's my understanding of small-scale mining. If that is the case, and as long as they are giving licenses to people, it means that if you are binding them, you are simply saying that some people should not survive because that is their livelihood. And so I do not think that we should ban them completely if they are not doing anything untoward. But let me put this on record, that my minister has set up a technical working committee or team to review the mining industry and also look at the existing or the current licensing regime. I think that we will wait for that report to come. Once he receives the report and look at it very well, we will be informed as to the way forward. Thank you.
Someone follow up on that one. So, illegal is illegal. when you are involved in illegal mining, sometimes the security forces come up to enforce the law. There are many times where excavators and other equipment are seized from illegal miners. In the past year or two, we've seen excavators confiscated, some bent, some taken away. Sometimes you can't even find where they are kept now. What's your take on this? Bent, seized, confiscated, or whatever?
Mr. Chairman, I listened to the first gentleman of our land, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and he's clear. He said that excavators that are seized should not be bent. And once the president has spoken, his words has to be enforced. And so I think that going forward, seized excavators should not be bent until he decides otherwise. Thank you.
Chairman, my last one has to do with Lands Commission. You know, I'm sure you and I have had some experiences over there. Tell us, what do you want change? Why you want to help your minister change at the Lands Commission?
Yes, I was at the ministry, and the Lands Commission people briefed me. And if I were to talk about the happenings at the Lands Commission, it would take us the whole day. We are challenged when it comes to the registering of lands in this country. A long process, and at the end of the day, some people even get fed up and stop the process. One is because they don't understand the process. So there's the need for some thorough education regarding the way lands should be registered. But beyond that, the record at Lands Commission is problematic. And that is why you have instances where people have two people having the same land, and you get to the Lands Commission and they can all trace documents there, giving them ownership of the land. And so what to do is to go into what we call digitization of the records at the Lands Commission. When we do that, we are able to even sit in our homes and be able to tell whether or not a land has already been registered in somebody's name. Again, what we need to do is to decentralize the process. If you have land customary secretariat in all the districts, and people are well trained to be able to keep records and keep them very well, it will also help us in ensuring that the conflicts, the challenges, the problems that we encounter when it comes to land registration in this country are reduced to the barest minimum. Thank you.
Chairman, I note and I see the revered chiefs and queen mothers behind you, the representative of the overlord, the Yagwamura is here. You cannot afford to disappoint Gonjaland. I wish you all the best. May Allah be with you.
I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. I'll give the floor to Honorable Hajia Ladi Ayamba.
Thank you, Chairman. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
MashaAllah. Congratulations. I have no doubt about your competencies, although at your activities, your sincerity to work, your honesty, your belief and the way you do things are most of the things that would help you in going forward. So I don't doubt your competencies at all. And by the guidance of the Almighty Allah, inshallah, I know you will make it. Now, my question, both you and I, and many others, and our revered chiefs and queen mothers behind you, we come from the northern sector, and we are well aware about land issues. And when I'm talking of land issues, I'm not even talking about the land in itself per se. But for instance, our trees, the fruit trees, the share trees, which we observe day in, day out, being cut. We cannot say our brothers and sisters should go hungry. Neither will we say our youth should continue to walk around without work. In your opinion, what will you do to assist the minister to ensure
the minister held a dialogue program on small-scale mining, and I was there. And if you listen to the challenges that we are being confronted with when it comes to the way our water bodies are being destroyed, you will weep. To the extent that as we talk, in Western region and other parts of this country, it gets to a point where the Ghana Water Company had to shut down its water plants because of the nature of the water. Even though they are able to, as it were, treat the water, there are instances where even after treating the water, we are told there are some chemicals, there's nothing you can do about them. You can't treat them. For instance, mercury. What it means that we are all drinking mercury. What it means that the aquatic animals, the fish and what have you, are all consuming this. And this is what they sell to us. And I want to say that nobody should sit, let's say, in Pusiga or let's say in Pandai and say that that's not my business. You will never know when a fish that is harvested from, let's say, central region is sold to you in Paga or any other part of this country. And so it's a national issue, and I think that I will help my minister, like he has started doing, to flush out all those who are in water bodies. Indeed, last week, he arrested 7 Chinese people and 8 Ghanaians on the Ankobra River, where they were doing illegal mining and destroying the water. What I would suggest to him, which I am already discussed with him, and he knows it, is that the arrest is not enough. They must be prosecuted. We are also told that about 845 people who were arrested between 2023 and 2024, only less than 50 of them were prosecuted. What it means is that the activity is attractive. If I can go do this and come and you don't prosecute me, and I can go and walk around, I will go. And so I think that these are the things that he wants to do, and I will support him if I get the nod. Thank you.
My second question, Mr. Chairman. My brother, Much as I know and I appreciate the fact that you might have spoken about Galamsey, but there is an incident or a continuous incident or incidents that have continuously occurred at the Galamsey pits, for which you and I should be very, very concerned. Many times you hear reports that a Galamsey pit collapsed, killed so many youth, some people drowned, some people shot at, some people arrested. If you go to investigate,
Say is the issue of survival. There's so much unemployment, especially in our part of the world, the 5 northern regions. And that is why even when people graduate, first degree holders, they don't have jobs. And so what they want to do is to go and do illegal mining. The natural resource there is for us. And I think that we should utilize what we need to do is identify the various forms of Galamsey activities going on in this country. And now I won't limit it to only the northern part of this country. I, sitting here, can identify 3 groups. There are some who are on our water bodies doing illegal mining. There are some who are also in our forest reserves, destroying the forest cover. And there are some who are on the land. Those who are on our land, we can regularize them. We can give them the technical know-how. We can assist them to get even funding. And then we can use technology to ensure that when they are even giving concessions, they are able to tell where exactly the ore is, the gold deposit is, so that they don't do it haphazardly. For instance, if you give somebody a 24-acre land, and the person is supposed to mine there and get gold, with that technology, the person starts from the very beginning of the edges of the land and start digging until he finds gold. If there's a technology, and I believe that there's a technology where they can easily be told that this is where the concentration is, they don't destroy the land, they just go and pick it. But those who are on our water bodies and our forest reserve, in our forest reserve, they should be flushed out and flushed out immediately. The issue of getting other jobs, I would have suggested that it will be in the area of agric, because that is where we have arable lands. But that will mean that we need to now have intersectorial and interministerial collaboration, where we can encourage the Ministry of Agric to go into serious commercial farming and to support farmers in those areas so that farming becomes attractive and some can now get jobs out of farming. Thank you.
Right, Chairman, I'm done. I wish you all the blessings of Allah, and I say, may He be your guidance and your protector so that you can do the work as expected. Thank you.
Chairman, I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Roxanne Nelson Eche Dapamoko.
Chairman, may you live long. My brother, congratulations.
Thank you, Chairman.
It got to a stage we thought this won't come. But it has come. You deserve it.
Thank you, Chairman.
The work we did in the 7th and the 8th Parliament, you deserve it. And I have no doubt that you support your sector boss to deliver on the mandate of our manifesto and His Excellency, so that you can prolong our stay in this seat.
Thank you.
Now, you are going to a very important ministry, lands. And there are a lot of issues regarding this state acquisition unbridled. Nobody says when you have money and the state is legitimately asking citizens to acquire property, you shouldn't. But the question is about unbridled acquisition of state lands, lands that are needed for state activities. As the second chair to your sector minister, will you consider reviewing this policy so that we can have
lands have been acquired, and there are so many difficulties, or people are encroaching on those lands because compensation was not adequately paid. I think that act is resolving that matter, and so government can get more land for public good. Thank you.
Chairman, the nominee and I spent 8 years on the public accounts with the Honorable Minister for Communications. We did some good work. And as part of the interrogations and the matters that came before us was the indolence of state institutions to secure state lands for which state institutions have been established either by an act of parliament or state institutions that are a creature of the Constitution or by constitutional instruments. And the Auditor General annually flags this matter. Now that he has the opportunity, will he assist his sector boss so that institutions like school lands, hospital lands, district assemblies, electoral commission, and other state institutions which are occupying premises acquired since colonial days take steps to secure these landed properties and proper instruments issued so that they are not encroached? Would they do that?
Chairman, I know my minister is capable of doing that, but let's put the issue in context. Lands that are owned by such institutions are their lands. and they are the ones who protect those lands. I do not think that it is the responsibility of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources to go protect those lands. Once those lands are acquired,
Chairman,
titles given.
Chairman, that's why I put the question in context. I'm saying that you and I have discovered that that is the problem bedeviling state institutions, indolence. They go to sleep. They don't protect their rights. So as the second most important person in the sector today, would you assist them to do that?
Yes, so what I'm saying is that it is not the responsibility of the ministry.
So would you assist them to do that? Yes or no?
Yes, we will assist them.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's all I want to hear. You assist them to do that. Chairman, one other important thing that I think I want to have the nominees' views on is this issue of termination of employment. Now, every government operates based on a budget annually. The previous government, or the actual government, between January and December 2024,
you will go ahead to employ people when you don't have a budget for them. How then are they going to be paid? And I think it's even in the interest of those who have been asked to go home and start looking for other jobs, rather than allowing them to work, and now at the end of the day, there won't be money for them to be paid. And I think that it's a national conversation that we should all trigger and ensure that governments, when they are leaving, they don't rush in employing people just to satisfy party faithfuls and what have you, but rather ensure that if you want to help them well. But Chairman, let me just add this. I was on the same committee with you when the Public Accounts Committee, when I raised the issue of the services, our security services, recruiting people without any advertisements. And when I asked them, I was told that they advertised 3 years ago, and that they were still taking people from the backlog. And the question I asked was, what about those who were not qualified at the time of the advert, and now they are qualified? Are you not excluding them from the process? And is that fair? And so these are some of the things that we should engage ourselves with. By law, make it transparent. Let everybody go out there and bid. Go through the process. If they are qualified, you give them. If they don't qualify, they will understand that at least they've been given the opportunity. By instances where you sit in the comfort of your office and select people and recruit them, and we are asked to ask them to go home for the proper thing to be done, I think is the way to go. Thank you.
Chairman, thank you very much. Finally, my brother, you and I come from constituencies that are past the mighty Volta. And we have over 52 districts that constitute the mighty Volta Basin. Your grandfather's land and my grandmother's land got lost in the course of constructing the mighty Volta Dam. Some communities have received compensation, others have not. And as the second most powerful person in that sector, you consider reviewing the compensation regime for these communities and traditional areas who lost their lands, so that finality will be brought to this matter after 50 years. You will consider to do that?
I think my able minister is here. I just will pray that you give me the nod. When I get there, I will consult with him, and I believe in him. Appropriate action will be taken to ensure that those who are affected are happy. Thank you.
Chairman, once more, let me congratulate my brother, and I wish him all the best. I know that he will succeed. We have your back. In Parliament, we have your back.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Roxanne Dafamako. I will now give the floor to Honorable George Kwaku Riketegan, the Vice Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, Abela, congratulations.
Thank you, boss. Thank you, Chairman.
One thing that is important, being a deputy minister, is if you are lucky to have a good relationship with your boss. And I know you have a good relationship with the minister, and that is key. Now, good appreciation of the area that you are going to be in. And appreciation being that not necessarily, you don't need not a technical science, but at least there are things there that you have a view on. For instance, two major things in that ministry is about land and small-scale mining issues. We have, the minister is going to do the policy bit, the ideas on how you will, resolve issues there, and you will provide the support that is needed for your minister to be able to achieve that. But to be able to have a prescription to an illness, you must understand what the illness is. In your view, what do you think is the illness with our land issues? In short, because I'm sure you might need a whole day for that, but very short. What is happening, especially in the last, say, 8 years, that we have issues of land grabbing, these things have escalated. People used to take government land, but it looks like within a shortest possible time, these things have just gone up. Now you come to the small scale, which is the other side of things. That's a tough ministry, actually. You come to that, you realize that small-scale mining is actually something that is a preserve of small-scale people, which is ordinary Ghanaian who wants to go into mining. Now, you raise an issue, which is, again, may say one of the reasons, which is about unemployment, poverty, and all that. But if you want to be a small-scale miner, the laws are there. And the entry of barrier to go into small-scale farm is actually low. It doesn't cost that much to do that as you would have if you want to go into big mining. So why don't people just go and take the license and do that? What is your view? We're looking at the illness. The solutions may be there. It has been prescribed, but some hasn't worked in the last 8 years. So what is the illness in the land area and in the small-scale mining area? With the issue of galamsey and all that, which people should have just gone and take a license to do it. What is the illness? Honorable brother.
Chairman, thank you. Chairman, let me state that Deputy ranking at Trade, Industry and Tourism Committee. It is also on record that you cannot become a deputy minister to somebody because by constitution, Article 79(1), the president will have to consult the minister in appointing a deputy minister. And I believe that he was consulted. And because he has that confidence in me, that is why he's accepting to work with me. Now to your question. One, the issue of land and land grabbing. I earlier on said that is a national issue. It's an issue that we have to take a second look at. And that is why the president said that when it comes to public lands, none of his appointees should be interested in that. And then again, he has asked that even those that they have started processing before he came, they should stop. Now, generally, the issue of land in this country is problematic because of the fact that we have not been able to have proper record keeping. And that's where the problem starts. Proper records keeping and also demarcation of the lands. That I think we should do. And to do this, we will need a modern, if you like, land administration system, which I believe my minister spoke about, and he's committed to ensuring that by the time he leaves office, he's able to deliver that, and that will solve some of the problems that we are encountering when it comes to land dispute. Now to the issue of Galamsey. Are you saying that why don't people just go and register instead of involving themselves in illegality? One, we will require some stakeholder engagement, some education. There are people who are doing this mining and do not even know where the EPA office is, and they do not even know where the Minerals Commission's office is. What they have seen is that there's a land and there's gold there, and they want it, so they will have to go and mine it. We will need some thorough education, okay, as to what it takes to be able to come out or to register a small-scale mining. And get a concession, get certificates to be able to do that. Beyond that, you must also teach them how to do it and do it well. And that's what I spoke to in my earlier submission. And so, like I said, my minister has asked that a committee should go into this issue and make appropriate recommendation in terms of the way forward. And he's waiting for the report. And when the report comes, I believe that in the shortest possible time, you will see a change in the administration or in the handling of these issues of Galamsey and small-scale mining. Thank you.
Amela, congratulations. God bless you.
I'm grateful, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yusif Sulemana. Let me add my voice in congratulating you. I have no doubt about your integrity. I have been in Parliament with you for some time, and I know you can deliver on your mandate as a Deputy Minister responsible for lands and natural resources. Once again, congratulations. Let me proceed to acknowledge our revered chiefs seated behind you. First on the list is Hajia Mariama Abu, a spouse of the nominee. Then His Excellency Mankpangura Jakpa Acho, Ade Achode Boreni the first, Rep of Yangboura and a member of the Council of State. Mr. Sulemana Adams, linguist of Yangboura. Dr. Abu Sakara Foster, Rep of Kakula Saura, and a former flag bearer of CPP. Solawura Idrisu Abdullahi Nugbanso, a rep of Bolewura. Duyaura Kasim Amankwa Boresa, the first, rep of Bolewura. His Excellency Tingaura Sedu Samson Abudu, member of Council of State for Savannah region. Honorable Salisu Biawuribi, Savannah Regional Minister. Alhaji Moro Sedu, alias Man Blessing, NDC Savannah Regional Chairman. Chief Jawula Okitika the first, Gonja Chief of Greater Accra, Mr. Abubakar Suleiman Mahama, Abu Fresh, brother of the nominee. You are most welcome.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yes. Mutaokilo, former member for Damango, Honorable Nelson, former member for Daboya. You are all welcome. Dachomo, you are welcome. Honorable nominee, you are discharged. You hear from the committee.
Chairman, I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Yes.
We don't clap here.
Representation in his government. That is a significant step forward, and he is pushing hard to meet the 30% quota. He has indicated that the remaining appointments will reflect that particular desire because he values the contribution of women. If you go to the vice president's office, it is 60-40 in favor of women. There are 6 women as against 4 men. That is 60%. I don't think it has ever happened in our history. Indeed, the biggest testimony of all is the vice president herself, who represents Ghanaian women in extraordinary ways, because it is the first time that a Ghanaian woman has ascended to that height in governance in our country, and it is a significant moment in our history that we should acknowledge.
Right from choosing Professor Nana Jane as his running mate, and Nana is quality, we know. I mean, there's no perfect human being, but she's quality. Because of my interest in women's empowerment, I am very happy to see that he's really working hard to include women in his appointments. You know, the initial ones came and it was good, 28%. Then there was a whole list that had just one woman. It sort of dampened our spirit a bit. But then we saw that a number of CEOs were being appointed as women, his presidential staffers, the vice president's appointments, you know, of her staffers and so on. And it's quite impressive. Okay, but we don't want it to remain just about appointments, though there are many more to go. We know that. We also want it to be about working on issues that enhance equality between women and men, actually the de facto and de jure.
42 ministers, including regional ministers, have so far been nominated.
As the ministers are approved by Parliament and as they are sworn in, I'll proceed to name deputy ministers for some of the ministries, which will bring the total ministers to 60, as I promised the people of Ghana.
I think the first month of Mame's appointment, I can see his consistency of what he says from campaign till now. That what he's going, the number of ministers he's going to have and maintain, and then how he's going to run the country. You can see the setup that is on course.
I believe his appointment is one way to show that he's really serious about the country, because I believe he's giving the youth a chance. Because when you watch the appointment, you can realize, oh, okay, the name, the age range is futuristic. So I believe it's positive.
So far, in terms of their age, perfect. The only thing that I hope that the age will go with competence. You see, it is not always the case that the mere fact that the person is young will be able to perform. We have very young ones who don't know their left from right, just like adults or elderly people who do not know their left from right. So being young is one thing, and being or having the ability to perform is another thing. It's a good thing. Elsewhere, young ones are made to learn at tender age from people who are occupying positions. It does not seem to be the case here. We need to learn, and I believe that those that have been given the opportunity must take a cue to encourage future appointors.
I mean, the appointees are also quite young, which is a good thing, but they're not really young and not informed, because most of them are persons who had worked in the previous administration, and so they have some knowledge that they bring to the table or to their positions. To the extent that they are mostly young, it's also very revealing. I mean, look at the Ashanti Regional Minister. He is 34 years. The guy has used a lot of wisdom and he speaks well. I think people like that, if they are practical enough, just as they are knowledgeable, we would go far.
President Obama was fully aware of the task ahead. You could see, of course, that having taken power, you see more than you could see when you were in opposition. But he's been very, very clear that you don't need a legion of ministers to get the job done. And when he inaugurated the third batch of ministers, he made it clear that there's no correlation between a large government and delivery. Because we saw it in the previous administration. At some point, we had 125 ministers. And yet, that was a period where some of the biggest problems this country has ever faced in all sectors occurred.
The agenda to reset Ghana is on course. Committees in charge of reviewing the constitution, education, assessing the state of the economy, investigating election-related killings, and the implementation of other flagship programs have begun work.
For me, I think the consultative approach is very important. You need to engage, you need to listen, and then try and go through the information, try to process the information you receive, and then consult your internal management and see how you further engage. So for me, it's a positive step. I remember the case of Senchi, for instance. I was in the helm of Senchi with Dr. Joabe and all the key people, the governors of the Central Bank, Ministry of Finance, Honorable Tepe, and the Vice President, of course, he championed his soul rest in peace. So I think this is, for me, a step in the right direction.
I think it's very smart, okay? A ruler, a governor who is consultative is likely to pick off the best heads. So I really like the consultative approach that he's bringing to governance, issues around the economy, education, the Constitutional Review Committee, and so on and so forth. And so that approach to me is a very good one. The only thing you need to make sure is that these committees do not turn into conumtees.
This government will not tolerate arrogance or disrespect for the people who elected us into office.
The 120-day social contract remains a huge task. President Mahama needs the buy-in of Ghanaians. That will depend on the guarantees from his actions.
Cantonment, known as one of the world's most largest second-hand clothing markets situated in the business district of Ghana, was engulfed by a devastating fire on 2nd January that has left thousands of traders in pains, with over 7,000 shops destroyed and 30,000 traders affected. The fire did not only claim one life, but also destroyed the livelihoods of many. Although the government and notable key figures has made donations to the affected victims, traders poured out their grievances of how they've been denied access to their share. With this, we are here to find out life after the devastation.
I send you for this and this and young man. On by somebody, baby, that breast be in maybe a one point. Somebody, honey, see, be need to see any did them at trouble, Miss Sankers coming.
So far, the way I also clothing, price is the same, and I affect the price.
Oh, price is the same.
and toast on I empty, Saturday a ton of Sana.
I'm the one my own with me. In the head of that, I want to from the kind of car. You know, go number, Sana, and
Would you structure your house?
We drink the bad for coming from Jim. So, I'm catching for 10 million. No one must buy you didn't cheat or go to you.
Oh, yeah, catch a balance. One boy, and almost as answer. Sabia never said it. I want to Kakrama, and your man should be a president from Kakrama. They said to me, and you be a farmer. Also, I want children. I'm sure I'm writing too. Never the number.
Oh, about this why I also didn't from the Cassia Kuraba Mubiat. It came to me and country. The only channel was 25 million. So that's what the Ghana comes and I got to the man. Near the emotion answer. Woman with the answer, movie, or from watching the telegram, the empty for coming and to Takaba Song no more matter. Take it a little more Roman family. That's the kind of company. Questa è quella
I don't know also stone myself.
I also contain there's some rock.
Now, but I don't know exhaustion.
Oh, fancy.